Hello and welcome to today's Nexus Legacy 1K Tournament. This is your primary caster, Edward Teague, with guest appearance Ethan Ham, a regular contender here at Nexus until he decided to abandon Waco itself.
Wasn't a choice that I wanted to make. It was for my wife.
Ethan has, of course, taken several F&Ms up here, and he's a strong contender in Modern. I've never actually seen him play Legacy.
I have a very wide format knowledge.
Yeah, very wide format. In fact, he obviously eclipses mine, or eclipses mine.
Yeah.
Eclipses mine. Yeah, we'll go with eclipse. He eclipses my knowledge, which is fortunate because this is going to be an adventure today, ladies and gentlemen. I am not proficient in Legacy. I know the big scary cards, but for the most part, this is going to be fun. So we got up to bat here at the beginning. We have Aaron Rubin and Robert Tupes. Tupes, of course, took the tournament last night for the playset series. Won a set of Scalding Tarns. Fantastic prize there.
Yeah, he beat the Mono Red Phoenix.
Yeah, coming from behind, too.
Yeah.
I did not expect to come from behind.
Alpine Moon and all that. I think it was game 2, Alpine Moon, and then Prime Time.
Yeah. Each time he won, though, it was a straight one-shot, 18 damage to your remaining life.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
It looks like Rubin kept making sure we're good. Rubin keep his 7. Looks like it went 7. Yeah.
I mean, let's go ahead and state the obvious. Once again, the London Mulligan rule is in full effect. How have you responded to the new Mulligan?
In Legacy, it's great. In Modern, it's kind of so.
I mean, last night it was definitely made combo the star deck archetype to be. We had 2 Amulet Titan decks. Obviously, we had Phoenix decks. People were just like, I need my God Hand. And with the new Mulligan rule, it's a lot easier to get that God Hand.
Yeah, that's fair. And in Legacy specifically, you have things like Force of Will, Surgical Extraction, and different things that are great with the London Mulligan.
Alright, so we're trying to get some background information here, but for the most part, I actually have an idea of what Robert Tupes is playing today. I am interested to see what Aaron is playing.
Looks like Tupes took a mulligan. He's going to draw the 7 again. I think he's putting 1 back right now. Ooh, Red Black Storm. Is this like
Oh, my bad. I'm horrible at this game. Apologize. Red Blue Storm. Is it Storm should be the name of the game here.
Wow. All right. I wonder if it has like bonus round and stuff like that, like Ruby Storm.
Looks so weird to me. Probably should have typed it UR.
Anybody who's watching and actively keeps up with Legacy will understand what it is.
No, I understand. So I play a different game in which there's a lot of Russians, and RU is short for Russian.
Gotcha. So Tube starts on a island, no action. Rubin starts on Pluto Delta, fetches, goes to 19. They're going to reset the life totals for us, hopefully.
Actually, you were talking about Force Will just a second ago. Is it, because you have more experience in Legacy than I do, is it currently valid to use both Force of Will and the new Force of Negation in a Legacy format? Or is Force of Negation just not good enough, even though it's another free counter spell?
It really depends. You want Force of Negation in your sideboard, I believe, most of the time.
So you are using it, but just on a situational basis.
You usually have like 2, and it'll come in and out. And it's good against like Aether Battle Jete, random stuff that is hard for like Delver and other Stoneblade decks to deal with. So he fetched out a Volcanic, and he plays Delver. Oops. Well, it looks like end of turn of Brainstorm.
Good old Brainstorm.
Which is weird sequencing. I don't know why he didn't do it on his turn. Because if he did it on his turn, his opponent had Force, then he would be 2 cards down, so it'd be a 5 card. No land. Can't daze it. He put himself in risk of being dazed here since his opponent had Volcanic. His Tupes couldn't pay, so if he brainstorms, he loses the card selection right there.
It always actually makes me laugh how relevant this card ended up being. Just a quick 1/1 for 1 that very quickly turns into a 3/2 flyer. I mean, that's all Legacy needs, though. It just needs some damage in the air, and it very quickly spirals out of control.
It is surprisingly good. Like, these decks are surprisingly good against combo, just because Delver puts a clock on them, and they also have the counter magic backup, like Daze, Flusterstorm, Spell Pierce, Force of Will, all the things that you want to have. I don't think the 4-color is going to have Flusterstorm main. I'm not sure if it's going to have Daze. What I would be thinking is it has Wrenn and 6 and stuff like that, but it really depends on what direction they're going. Yeah, it does. It has 3 Wrenn and 6 in this deck, and that is great against creatures. It's not great here. He's really going to have to keep Tupes off of things. And if Tupes has Disruption himself, which I'm not really familiar with the red-blue list. Yeah, he's got some stuff. Wait. Not red. Red Blue Storm?
Is it?
Rain Dance. So it's like a
He lied to me. Did he lie to me?
oh, I mean it's blue-white Stoneblade. So his opponent's going to try to Wrenn a 6 there, and he's going to Spell Snare that. Awesome play.
I was actually operating on information he gave me.
Oh, that's fine. He's always the trickster, quote unquote, because we can't say bad things on stream.
Hey now. So
he's playing blue-white Stoneblade.
Mm-hmm.
He's fetching with the Flooded Strain. He's probably going to grab a. He might just grab a Plains here. They have a lot of basics where 4-color Delver does not. So if he gets something down like back to basics and Delver doesn't have an answer, it kind of shuts them off a bit because they can't untap.
So, although I think the answer's on the field for me, but in Legacy, it's not Vintage, right? It's Legacy. It has its restrictions to keep Vintage and Legacy separated, but the old classic dual lands are allowed in Legacy, the original ones.
Like Alpha Beta?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. They're exactly the same as the Unlimited. It's just your wallet that is your limiting factor.
It's possible he just doesn't have the.
He's borrowing this this deck from Mike, one of the Austin locals, and there are Tundras in there.
Okay.
He might not be fetching it because of he might be waiting out a Wasteland or something like that out of Rubin. But I feel like he played the plane, so he's got his colors. He can Swords the Delver, he can do a bunch of things. Delver's flips off Bolt, which is awesome, especially how quickly it flipped. So he could have Swords for it, his opponent would have to have the backup. He may just take the 3. Yeah, taking the 3 going to 15. His opponent's deciding what to do.
Do you think because of the stronger, like instant speed, like unpredictable controls that you can utilize in Legacy and other formats similar, that it slows down the game or speeds up the game versus Modern?
Slows it down.
I think it slows it down.
Modern right now is at a point that a lot of people are not wanting to play it, and if they could play Legacy, they'd probably be in a better spot because you have things like Hogak in the format, but it's not taking over the format. Like if somebody tries to cast Hogak in Legacy, you have the option to Force a Will it. If somebody tries to do that in Modern, it's hit or miss. Depending on what deck you're on, like there's very little wiggle room on how tight the decks need to be against the entire format, or the best decks in the format. Looks like he swords that Delver. His opponent's going back up to 21. There we go.
At 18. Yep. And that's a card, honestly, I feel like could be used in Modern. I've strongly contested that. Like, Swords is not so inherently broken that it can't be used. I don't understand why we can't.
I'm not sure why they had it, or not sure why they don't have it, except for what does have a lot of good utility. Which a lot of people may argue, but Path to Exile is what you would in Modern.
You think that's like the level of balance? There goes a creature forever, but you get a land?
I think that's fine. How it stands right now. It could change. Alright, Wrenn and 6. Let's see if Tupes has the answer. Oh, he's reading it. I don't think he does. His opponent can get back a fetch land. Keep all the cards in hand that he strike to fetch land, still be able to do stuff.
Is that the new guy?
Yeah, Renin 6. R-E-N-W-R. All the letters. Oh, Tupes is going to spell pierce that. So goodbye, Renin 6.
You know, when this guy came out, I was amazed because a 2-drop Gruul-colored Planeswalker that doesn't really do what I thought Gruul would do, which is like creature things. It's, you know, get lands back, deal some damage.
Like Tupes is playing a Stoneforge, going to go grab Batter Skull, which is a decent answer. 4/4 lifelink vigilance guy.
You know, it's funny. We had the ad for this tournament up last night on the TV out there.
Yeah.
And it was like the illustration for it was Stoneforge Mystic with
all
the
the
5 swords and Jite, and then behind her Batter Skull's running around. And
All
I'm
right,
like,
Stoneforge is about to eat a bolt. So Batter Skull stranded in hand at the moment. Tupes is almost where he can hardcast it. It's kind of risky because if it gets countered, even a Spell Pierce.
yeah.
Which looks like what his opponent is setting on. Some 1-mana interaction right now. Tupes is going to fetch, go to 15. 14, sorry. And at this point, Tupes is looking for something like True Name. He's going to grab that Tundra. True Name Nemesis.
Good old True Name.
Which is, it's hard for the Delver decks to deal with. And that's why they play it. Because it's just hard to deal with overall. He's got a back to basic main. So if he hits that, he shuts his opponent off red. If he can keep it.
You know, it's always funny. So protection has its ruling, but it's always interesting because True Name specifically says controlled by that player, where protection is just from that, you know, particular caveat, whether it's a type or a color or whatever. This one, because it wouldn't make any sense, you know, can't be dealt damage by the player. And it's like, well, this is a spell the player has, not the player. So they had to add the whole anything controlled by that player.
Oh yeah, it's a murky line, and they regret printing it. But one of the cool things is if your opponent's playing White Stoneblade and they attempt to swords your creature, you can divert it and say, no, you're gonna. Since you're not targeting it, they're targeting it.
Yep.
All right, he's gonna snap, brainstorm, top 3. I don't know if I like this. It doesn't look like he has a fetch land in hand. So if those are 2 dead cards, blocked for 2 turns. Getting in for 2. He might have a Jason trying to get to resolve, but his opponent looks like he's still. Rip one off the top. Play another Delver. Guys around.
What is that?
That is a counter spell.
Right.
So just gonna straight counter it.
That is the original. Well, not. Is counterspell like literally the original counterspell?
Alpha.
Either way, it is like the like.
Jace hits.
Oh,
Pierce.
not happening.
Yep. His opponent's being stuck on mana. Hurts, but a lot of cheap action is. That's what those decks are chalked full of.
That would have been exceptionally bad for poor Aaron at this point. What about Brainstorm?
Yep, that is a brain. He gets the lands. Back at where he'll land this draw steps. They aren't fetched. Or he can fetch shuffle. Stopping it through. Fine for silver. It's kind of like burn. 5 mana is not awful either. Ooh, Dreadhorde Arcanist is. Tupes is gonna have to find an answer right now.
Yeah.
Dreadhorde is one of those cards that came out in War of the Sparks that has just kind of taken over, along with Renin 6 and Honor Horizons.
You know, I like the some of the nicknames that were coming out for this guy when he came out. They were calling him Bashcaster Mage.
I mean, yeah.
Smashcaster Mage. I didn't understand why anybody thought this was not a good card, and I also didn't understand why I didn't see a bigger play in Modern with it. But
Ooh, he's gonna force a Dreadhorde. Let's see if the response. He's gonna daze it. Doesn't have the mana to pay. It resolves. Tupes put himself in a weird position there, tapping out 4 Jace. But oh, Jitte. That's something.
That's a scary something, actually.
If he equips it, swings, his opponent blocks, then he gets the 2 counters, and he can kill the Dreadhorde. He does have the 3 power, or 3 toughness and 1 power. But Tupes also has a lot of utility once he gets the counters on there. Opponent's gonna read Snapcaster, which does not seem like the card to read there. But what's interesting is he can give Dreadhorde -1/-1 at the beginning of turn, and his opponent can't cast cards from his graveyard. Which, if he sees that line, is going to be great. His opponent's going to swing in. And maybe Tupes doesn't see it. But as long as you keep that power at 0, then there's nothing that he can cast. Yeah, he didn't see it. Going to cast a Ponder instant speed, which is interesting because the fairy shuts that off too. Time Reveler. They cannot cast. Dreadhorde, he's going to get the Ponder, look at the 3. But since he just brainstormed, he would know what was on top, so I think it would something. I don't know where I would go. I think he's looking for more action, like a True Name or Ren and 6. Up Decay. Targeting Jitte or Snapcaster. Probably Snapcaster so he doesn't get the. Cannot be countered. Like he give +2/+2 response. Alive too. Yep, there we go. Yep. So Abrupt Decay. In response, he tried to pump Snapcaster so he get through damage. He bolted it. Cast that Batter Skull.
He was tapped out. Although that doesn't actually matter a whole lot in Legacy.
Yeah, not in Legacy, because you have Force of Will. And also Force of Negation, which some people run main.
And Days, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
He still has the Polluted, so he can pay for the day.
Yeah.
But it's rare that they don't have it. Oh. Looks like he's going to Lightning Bolt the Germ token and Lightning Bolt it again. With Dreadhorde. Dreadhorde's ability is going to get back to full.
Yep.
So how have you been, man? I haven't seen you.
Oh, you know, just
good.
Still trucking along. Actually, though, I'm seriously thinking about considering the new Teferi Time Raveler with the old Isochron Scepter Silence combo.
That's interesting.
I mean,
he's a great card.
Yeah.
He already stops your opponents from doing things, but if you can lock them down where they just can't cast anything, it's basically Karn Lattice Lock.
Yeah. The problem I'm having right now is if you did it on tempo, you would do it on turn 3 and leave yourself exposed.
Yep.
And unfortunately, that's where combo decks are winning right
now. I think you have to play more controlling.
Yep. I don't know how valid it is yet. And speaking of which, I believe that is, in fact, Fairy Time Raveler in his hand. Is that?
Yep, that is. So he can bounce the Goyf back. Well, what is he going to do? You have to draw a removal. There's a Goyf down. How big is that? Instant sorcery, land. Is there a creature in the graveyard? Yeah, creature, planeswalker.
Is there a creature or was Delver?
Snapcasters.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. We forgot about the other graveyard.
Sorcery, land. What am I missing? Artifact in the graveyard? Planeswalker. Else because it is. Alright, he's going to cast Teferi. See if it helps. Best his opponent can do is try and daze it. Turn that, draw a card. Left wide open so it dies to Dreadhorde. But his opponent cannot cast a spell off Dreadhorde. So he's just swinging in for 1.
Unfortunately, I think it's going to be enough to kill Teferi.
Yeah. Recast Goyf and sit on that card that you, or the card you drew for turn. Empty-handed.
I think he is.
He's ripping off the top. Touch and try to thin out. Like 14. Ton of pressure. Because he can fetch, return Batter Skull. And then recast it.
Batter Skull. Man, that card was a nightmare.
Yep. Six, 7. Yep, he's going to return Batter Skull. Turn. Dropping to 13. Opponent has 10 up. Classic Delver doing Delver stuff. Gonna ponder. And for a third card. Looks like he got Swords to Plowshare, Council's Judgment. First. Looks like he's gonna go for Council's Judgment, try to hit Goyf, which it slows his opponent down a little bit. I think you have to get rid of it. It's just gonna bury you in. He has two good options.
Nope. Get rid of that Goyf.
That might be the point in the game right there where it starts to slip out of Tupes. Which is hard to tell because his opponent has one card on battlefield. Wasteland that Tundra. Get that out of here. Down to one white sword. Opponent's going to cast the Ponder, and this is where he starts burying him in card advantage. Tupes really needs to get a Narset, Carter Vels, battlefield, start blocking out. Picked up a fourth. No, I guess it was. Yeah, his opponent has Force Will blue card in hand, I believe. Second Dreadhorde. Terrifying. Yep. Talk about that card. Picked up the Force of Will off of the Ponder. So he didn't have an answer to his true name, so he got to Ponder. But Tupes cannot cast the Council's Judgment, and I think he's locked into drawing it at this point since he doesn't have a. The opponent's going to get to Brainstorm first, Ponder, Shuffle, play the bad cards, and draw a random card if he likes. Sitting quietly, Ed. Are you enjoying so far?
Trying to keep up, to be honest. But I think the big thing here to think about is that Tupes definitely came out strong in the beginning with Aaron being behind it in any kind of land resources. But Aaron was able to use those resourceless control spells that I was talking about earlier to keep Tupes off. It's thrown Tupes' tempo just completely out the window. Meanwhile, Aaron is now not weaker but stronger for having spent those resources, and he's definitely in the better field position.
I'm down True Daddy.
Ooh, signed.
Yeah.
Pretty.
Dreadhorde, this shows the power of that turn where he let Dreadhorde live instead of Goyf was the turning point, because in response he can maybe find a Force of Will or a Daze at this point.
Yeah, he would have taken a good 7 damage, but it probably would have been.
Got Daze. Okay, yeah, it lives. But his opponent doesn't have to swing the Dreadhordes. He's in the driver's seat securely now. Yep, that's how it happens. He bolts it, he's going to swing, and he's going to bolt it again, and he's also going to card select.
Well, he doesn't get to bolt it until it does damage, right?
No, it's whenever it attacks. Cast it.
I mean, he could. I'm just saying he could block a.
He cannot block. It's before it blocks. Whenever he declares attackers.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was when he dealt damage. My bad.
Oh no, it is. It is a force to be reckoned with. Tupes is questioning that as well. Like, nope, it's 3 attacks. Opponent also gets Brainstorm. is just bearing. Tupes has 1 card in hand. His opponent has this. Swinging in for 5. Put him at 6.
A little graveyard hate would have helped here.
Oh yeah. We're in 6, and it starts.
Which I think, let me see here. Although I do love Rubin's handwriting. It's so neat and easy to read. And then
the catastrophe that is Tupes. Tupes gonna scoop it up. He can't overcome that card advantage.
I'm looking at his sideboard here. I was hoping to see. I was hoping to see something in the line of graveyard hate. I mean, there you go. There's one. But
Got 2 extraction. Go to the sideboard. 2 Flush of Storm, 1 Force of Negation, 1 Back to Basics, 2 Payment Priest, 1 Dovin's Veto, 1
Sword of Feast and Famine.
There we
Yeah, I think it's Feast and Famine.
Yeah, 1 Palace Jailer, 1 Engineer Explosive, 2 Supreme Verdict. That looks like a pretty stock blue-white Stoneblade.
I'm thinking Surgical Extraction and Engineered Explosive. Possible counters here.
I think here you want 2 Flush of Storm, 2 Flush of Storm, Force of Negation, Back to Basics. I don't think Palace Jailer. Good. And, maybe Engineered Explosive. Cast it. But Surgical Extraction, maybe. It's hard, but it's also good because you can snap it back. Surgical.
That is a fantastic quote, by the way. I love that quote.
A ruler wears a crown while the rest of us hats. But which would you? That is a good one.
I got to compliment Magic on their poetry here when it comes to card quotes. Go ahead and flip over to the camera and see where we're at.
All right, looks like Rubin's sideboard is a 1 Hydro Blast, 1 Dampening Spirit, 3 Surgical Extraction, 2 Plague Engine, Red Element Blast, 2 Pyro Blast, Grudge, and 2 Triumph.
So, it's funny, not Red Elemental Blast, but I actually have a Blue Elemental Blast from one of the comic books that Magic released. You remember the comic books that they had?
IDW.
Yeah.
Promos? Yep.
It was hilarious. I was like, I don't know what this is, but it's cool. And it was God, it was an old comic too. It's so old. I didn't even know the characters in the story. I was just like, I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah, they did that with they did a dress version of that with what's its name? Ashiok, Mind Reaving, Jack Faden. Awesome.
I think I actually remember that. Yeah.
What's the other one? They had
which of course we're not going to get any more stories about Dak Faden.
Nope. Boy's dead.
Never even made it into Modern.
It's unless they release a Masters with Dak Faden. And they okay, so hear me out. Illuminati talking. So they release Dak Faden, they release Baleful Strix and Punishing Fire in Modern, and we get to play Punishing with like Notion Thief and stuff like that.
And of course you have Dak Faden as another thief.
Yeah, it's a pipe dream.
I mean, to be fair, right? Modern Horizons brought us more than 2 characters that don't actually exist in the lore anymore. They brought us Yawgmoth as a human. They brought us Urza. They brought us Sarah.
Yep.
Like, these characters are all dead. It's possible they could do something like that.
But Ren and 6 is not, and we may see Ren 6 playing at some.
Plane is he from?
Don't know.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of refreshing to finally get some new characters from planes that we don't know, because it felt like they were retconning Planeswalkers for a while. Like, this one's actually from that plane over there, and this one's from that plane over there.
Yep, that's
I mean, I'm pretty sure when Liliana got introduced, we didn't know what plane she was from, and then it was like, by the way, she's from Dominaria, and she's also...
There you go. Yeah, I mean, Ren and 6 has been tearing up Legacy. If they ban that card, if we don't see a ban I give it a year before it's pretty dominant force. Like, well, it's already a dominant force, but I give
It
it a year
stagnates?
before it turns into the death right.
I remember that. I remember Death Right.
I didn't mind death right. It did exactly what you expected it. Renin 6 was kind of like a broadside because a lot of people didn't expect it, and we're what 30 to 90 days out, and people are still engineering decks with it, and it's great that people can do that. But it also terrible if you're wanting to play tiny guy. I'm quite a fan of.
I had a friend, a good friend of mine, who bought the modern Jund deck when it was the deck to have in modern.
Oh yeah,
Straight up net deck, $2,000 deck, right?
there you go.
The next week, Deathray Shaman got banned.
That's fun. Have you seen Jun recently?
No.
In the top 3,
Mm.
just because of Renin 6 and Cyclenet. It's
I knew these cards were going to make an impact.
It was the slow creep because people knew they were going to make an impact, but they didn't know how many were the correct numbers to play. Like 5.
Actually, I do have to question though: is the Jund deck more like? Is it still a tempo deck, or is it a control deck?
It was never really a tempo deck. Wise, it was just mid range. You're wanting to trade 1 for 1 all day, every day. I mean, kind of like Legacy as well. If you can get 2 for 1s, you're golden. If you're just 2 for 1ing all day with Jund and Legacy, forget about it. Don't let me do that.
I mean,
Never again.
you'll probably have to play next round, so probably won't happen.
Yeah, I am so ready.
Jesus, what a game we're having here! Just kind of stuff and go.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of polluted deltas, a couple of brainstorms, a bunch of islands.
Oof.
I do not foresee this resolving unless a bunch of spells go on the stack and 2.
This is gonna be one of those legendary things that happens.
Yeah, we're gonna look at a probably Pyroblast, seeing how he fetched the red out. If he had anything else, Spell Pierce it. Ooh, Pyroblast. Pyro me dead. Keeps having to read Pyroblast. It counters your J. Now Tupes is tapped out, giving his opponent full and easy rain. Loaded hand. Very dangerous.
You think Tupes went off a little too early?
Really go off. He just shoved to Jason and said, "Does it resolve?" He might have counter spells in hand. He can deal with something, but
Can you counter Power Blast with a blue spell?
yes,
Okay.
it's not uncounterable. It just says destroy target blue or counter target. You can actually cast it on any color spell, but it only does that blue. Great if you're just trying to trigger prowess or skills like that. Or you're a degenerate and you want to make your opponent think harder than Alana.
Can you redirect a counterspell at itself?
It would have to be something like Narset's Reversal, where I don't exactly remember how it reads, but it's like you exile it and then you can recast it. But 9 times out of 10, no, really, unless it's Flusterstorm. You can target your own copies of Flusterstorm with your copies of Flusterstorm. Renin 6 comes down, resolves. He's gonna get that land.
So what you're really saying is we need a Storm redirect.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can do that.
That'd be a little ridiculous.
As long as Flusterstorm's the last thing on the stack, it does not matter. They can pay 1. That's all it takes. Counter flip. Oh man, Tupes, you're just jamming it into Force of Will after Force of Will. Look at that. Force of Will after Force of Will. Bro, he's gonna force back. His opponent pitched the Force. He might have another Pyroblast. Oh no, it resolves. Ooh, he's gonna get to Brainstorm. He's gonna bolt it, but he still gets the ability. because he retains priority. No priority check between the time you uptick or downtick.
Yeah.
Unless he changed phases. If he changes phases, it's free game.
He knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
Although a 4-drop Brainstorm isn't exactly what I would think is the optimal play, but hey.
I think that was his only option, really. It doesn't look like he has very much in hand going. He has removal spells, answers to things, but his opponent's not really asking any questions. Sitting on Ren and 6, and if he can ult Ren and 6, then it's everything in the graveyard gets retraced, so every land is another bolt. Oof. That land instant Planeswalker. Instant Walker. Yeah, I think maybe a past.
Let's go back to reviewing Ren and 6 here.
I like the Korean version because on the Korean version it has Ren and in Korean, and then the 6 is actually the number 6. It looks sweet.
Is that like a misprint on their part?
Nope. They just, instead of the word, they have the number. Because it is far easier to read for them, I presume.
A creepy looking thing, too.
Oh, it's so.
Is he supposed to be a bad guy?
So.
Ooh, engineered explosives coming out.
That's actually really, really good here.
Can he pop it?
Yes, he can. Because he pays 2, pops it. Takes care of Ren and 6, which he needed to do during his upkeep. Ren and 6 is going to get back that land and just pressing the advantage.
Like Tupes is worried about any kind of counterplay. Yep, that is, at least.
It's just an extra card in hand. Because now he has the extra land if he gets another Brainstorm. Like any of the cards that he put back, he can fetch, Brainstorm again, fetch, shuffle. Just the timing was a little off on that.
Man, Brainstorm really does open up some versatility with fetch lands, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Just the ability to shuffle library.
That Dreadhorde, which I think you can do. Got the swords in hand. Opponent gains 1. But it's also he has to have some action to follow it up, or some counter spells to deal with opponent's responses to. Okay, eats the sword.
We're not having that this game. Not having that this game.
Oops, has to press the issue point.
Although I do want to remind everybody we have 15 minutes left in the round and we are only on game 2.
Stoneblade versus Delver. Like, this is. You'll get some games that are non-games, and then you'll get games that are just back and forth slogfest.
So, 4-color Delver, what color are they not running? Black?
Nope, they're running black, red, blue.
Wow, racist against white.
Well,
Or colorist?
Yeah.
Colorist against white.
Quite the absence of.
Depends on if you're talking about light or pigment.
Wow, way to separate there.
Well, color.
Classist over here? No. I absolutely understand what you're saying.
Yeah. I think all paints mixed together make black.
Yep. Or deep purple.
Yeah.
Very gross amalgam of colors.
Nature was just like, you know what? If you're just going to get that disgusting, screw it, nothing.
Yeah, your kindergartner doesn't have anything on us. I was trying to find the right phrasing because if I was talking to anybody else, I would just like cut loose. Trying to keep it PG for everybody at home with kids that may be watching.
Yes, we're a very PG and PC community here. Unless you're in the crate. If you're in the crate, do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Within reason.
Which Austin has definitely formed. Oh, Wasteland that Tundra that he just had. Ouch. Down to 1 white source again.
Wasteland's such a good card.
But Austin has definitely formulated like my opinions on living in a large city. Which a lot of people really enjoy Austin. I don't mind it so much. But there is a lot of differences between talking to your friends in a small town and then talking to your friends in public in Austin. Or if you feel like you might say something that could offend anybody in the room, you probably shouldn't say it. So a lot of times you're sitting there quietly, not talking.
I ain't no social butterfly tiptoeing through the tulips.
I mean, it's interesting.
Oh, was that? Wait, was that Stone?
Abrupt Decay took care of that Stoneforge Mystic. He's
Yeah.
got a Batter Skull in.
Let's say,
So no 2-mana Batter Skull.
man, if you still had that Tundra, you could have just cast Batter Skull and called it a day.
Well, he can cast it, but he needs to have the backup, which it looks like he's got a 4 cast back. What's really fun is having Stoneforge Mystic on the battlefield with Batter Skull, and if they kill it, you can pay the 3 mana, turn it, pay back in. But loops with it. It's fun.
A couple of years ago, God, a couple of years ago, I mean almost 6 years ago at this point, Jesus. I was actually privy to a. They had a dumb name for it because the people who were running it didn't actually understand formats.
Gotcha.
But it was while I was in the military, and basically it was legacy or vintage.
Type 1.
Yeah,
type
like
1, type 1.5,
we didn't really have an understanding when they said the word. Well, it's legendary format. What does that mean? So we just kind of like took what they said and it's like, okay, we're gonna play vintage. And in a vintage tournament, I saw a modern Boros deck make it to the semifinals.
Austin does a thing called Romancing the Stones. Stoneforge comes down. He's going to grab something. Anyways, Austin does Romancing the Stones, so it's 100% proxy like vintage or old school or middle school. It changes. But one of the funny things is, Abrupt Decay on Stoneforge.
Got to keep it off the field. Got to keep it off the field.
Yep. So somebody went in with their casual burn deck, put in some random cards, cheap cards that they could find at the shop that were vintage and legacy legal that they didn't play in casual, and almost top 8'd. He didn't even have a sideboard. Had his deck. He's like, I'm in town. I'm just gonna play this fairly well with just straight 3 to the face.
I mean, sometimes it's just it's that inability to just trade super good value. I mean, an Abrupt Decay on the Stoneforge Mystic here is such a critical play, but when a dude's like, here's a dude, I'm going to hit you in the face with, and he's like, I'll destroy that one. Here's another one.
It's funny because he was playing things like Char and Browbeat and all the cards that, as kids, we were, these are kind of cool. I like what this does. Now we're just like, oh my god. Goes up somewhere with that. I'm going to ask about their sanity.
But I mean, you know, he almost top 8'd with it.
Yeah. In a format that is not super open to people brewing and stuff like that, but it's definitely fun.
I mean, I was talking about it last night with the in the playset series. Sometimes it's the meta plays the player. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody's like, well, I got to prepare for this, I got to prepare for that. And the dude comes in from the side with a deck. You were just like, what is that? And he's like, it's dudes turning sideways into your face. You have an answer? Not for all of them.
What looks like happened on the field was he played a Plague Engineer, naming Merfolk. Tupes forced it. His opponent forced back. Tupes snapped. Brainstorm. He's trying to find an answer here. If he gets a Spell Pierce, then maybe he can answer it. But looks like it's going to resolve. And True Name's gone. Plague Engineer has been a house. Just
Yeah, when Plague Engineer came out, I was fairly impressed with it.
the fact that it, like, if it had the one-sided effect and it was a 2/2 for 3, that would be fine. The fact that it has Death Touch is atrocious. Atrocious? Yeah, words hard. It's terrible.
Ooh.
Gonna grab that Stoneforge. Does he have anything he's gonna grab, or is he gonna fail to find? Gonna bolt that snap.
Huh?
Gonna bolt the snap.
Yeah. Really?
He probably has an answer for Stoneforge, honestly. Like he can snap bolt.
I'll accept it.
You don't make a play like that unless you have another answer. See if he blocks with Stoneforge here. Plague Engineer kills it. Yep. Oh. Rapapa. Tupes is stuck with equipment in hand. He's playing Batter Skull. Right into a Spell Pierce. Ooh.
No.
His opponent has Spell Pierce. No, he pitched it to.
I think it's the second time he's pitched a counterspell to Force of Will. There's Ren and 6.
Well, it's the soft permission versus the hard permission. He might not have had another blue spell. He might need the card selection more so than.
Oh no!
Pierce. That's. I mean. Yes, you can. Ooh, that's Ancient Grudge. That promo. With the wolf on it, the one that just.
So he's gonna destroy Batter Skull?
He's attempting to. So, he wastelanded. And Tupes was gonna go to fetch.
Yeah, and then.
And in response to the fetch, he was going to. He Ancient Grudged it. A lot of things on the stack and responding to things.
Yeah, I see how that played. So basically, he forces Tupes to have to let Ancient Grudge resolve without being able to bounce Batter Skull back to him.
Yeah. It's a lot of forcing the issue and taking the.
And honestly, there's no alternative there. Like, there was no other way to play that.
Nope. It just looks like Tupes ran out of gas too early. Might be able to turn around.
Back to basics.
Oh, okay. That's a card. I don't think the 4-color Delvers. But one of the issues is he has Ren and 6. So he can continue to get untapped sources out of his deck. He has one more untapped source. So once he taps these, if he can't deal with back to basics, they're gone. Which it looks like he has the last. Searching his deck right now.
No, he's searching his graveyard.
Oh, okay. So one of his dual. He got Wasteland, so he can go up to 4. Cast something. Not looking. This is where you want something like Alder lands tapped if they're not. Back to basics, Exalia. Combo. And she has first. 2. Got that. I'll stop. Trying to get a rise out of Ed over here.
Man, I am so chill right now. It's gonna be super hard to get a rise out of me.
Just mesmerized by Legacy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cool things that I was like, man, that'd be really cool, but why is nobody playing it? That'd be really cool. Why is nobody playing it? And I'm seeing it all played. Right? It's the inner control player in me is going, oh, because there's just not enough control options in Modern.
Ooh, looks like Ren and 6 is about to eat it, unless it's Plague Engineer.
Oh, let me see here. What is that card again?
Council's Judgment. You vote for a permanent.
Oh yeah,
controls, and they vote. What's hilarious is if you vote for a permanent and they vote for a different one, they are both exiled. And Ren and 6 should be an exile. We'll have to deal with that if that comes. Is this the game there's Jace in the graveyard?
I believe there is a Jace in the graveyard, yeah. He blew one up. I think he killed the other one, actually.
Tupes is going to scoop it up. There's nothing he can do. He's at 5, facing down a lot of damage.
Yep.
All right.
Well, it was a good play by Tupes.
Aaron Rubin takes that one, 2-0. And Tupes is an 0-1 bracket.
And that Delver deck's just a hodgepodge of tools, isn't it?
It is a house. I mean, Tupes could also build a house with all those bricks, but we won't say that to him. He'll listen to this. We'll be far out of reach.
I mean, you will. You'll be in Austin.
Yeah.
But you're also the one saying it. I'm just over here watching.
That's
This has been round 1 of the Legacy 1K tournament here at Nexus B Sports on the corner of 6th and Columbus in historic downtown Waco. My special guest, Ethan Ham, thank you for being with me.
Absolutely. Also, to note, we had 31 players today, which is amazing for a Legacy. So, for anybody out there that's listening or watching this afterwards, thanks for coming out, supporting the store, supporting local Legacy scene. Like, you old heads are doing it for us.
Also, I want to call out certain players for not being here today that specifically used to complain about the lack of Legacy content. But I'm going to let them realize that they are being called out right now.
Is it Andrew Anderson?
That's not Andrew Anderson, although
Okay.
that's a good contestant here.
I will say he did have to work today.
Yeah, I did see him last night,
They
but
have a
though,
whiskey release.
yeah. But yeah. So stick with us, and we will be right back. I mean, literally in seconds, we'll be right back.
Yeah, minute and a half. Later, guys.
And we are back with the Nexus Esports 1K here at Nexus Esports on the corner of 6th and Columbus in historic downtown Waco. For round 2, we have Noah Backery versus Ethan Ham. A little SNS versus Bant Infect. Should be interesting considering I don't know what SNS means. Yeah, so I'm really interested to see how this goes. A lot of power coming out of the Backery's deck. Don't want to give away too much here, but let's just say a lot of things just popping out at me. Actually, I'm pretty sure I know what's going on here. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's horrifying. And on the other side, of course, we got Ethan, who was my guest caster a second ago, who well, he's running his tried and true Infect, except he's going Bant this time. Typically, we see that Simic Infect, blue-green Infect rush. But we saw Bant run last 1K we had, though it was modern, and it ran very well. I'm seeing some of the things that give it the white, such as Teferi Time Reveler being a control mechanic. So that should be pretty interesting. So turn 1 looks like, that looks like a Glistener Elf actually coming out. 1/1 Infect. So turn 1 Ponder, well, Tutor and Ponder coming out for Noah. Ponder being one of those nice, neat cards that's just not allowed in Modern anymore. Yeah, no, it got printed in Modern, just banned out of Modern. But such a good common. Let me go and pull it up for you. For those of you who have missed what Ponder was, never got to use it. Yeah, good old common from back in the day. Look at the top 3, put them back in the order, and then draw a card. Basically, a fantastic way to fix your deck and get ahead of the curve. Looks like a quick Ponder coming out from Ethan to fix up his next set of draws. Glistener Elf coming in. Brainstorm looking at options. We see the Force of Wills in Ethan's hand. This, how to put this? This is going to be super critical for Ethan. So in Modern Infect Rush, you need to play spells that protect your creature from kill spells. But in Legacy, you need to be able to stop plays that are going to attack less on a target-by-target basis and more on a entire field or just state of being basis, such as attacking the stack itself. That's why counter spells like Force of Will, being able to just pitch them to just stop a spell, is super critical. Brainstorm resolves. More options coming forth. Brainstorm, again, is another one of those cards that you're just never going to see back in Modern. Although, ironically, they unbanned Jace the Mind Sculptor, which came with a reusable Brainstorm that you can just, over and over and over. But draw 3, put 2 back. Fantastic way to do a number of things, including fix up your next set of draws for certain effects. I remember one of the first Legacy decks I was ever introduced to was a blue-white Miracles deck based on fixing your deck to draw the specific thing you need. Also, I realize it's not a Glistener Elf. That is a Noble Hierarch. That's where all that extra mana is coming from. So we have Teferi Time Raveler coming out, Force of Will to stop it, and Force of Will to stop Force of Will. Lot of force coming through there, as it were. We were talking about this guy last round, Teferi the Time Raveler, or I should say his title is Time Raveler. But Teferi coming through with a throwback to the original creature card Teferi. He slows your opponent down so that your opponent can only cast spells at sorcery speed. This is a big play, especially this early into the game, because Noah is definitely aiming to stay on top of the stack, and Teferi takes that capability and removes it. The old Teferi was mono blue and one more to cast and a creature, so he was significantly more vulnerable than this new Teferi. Plus, this new Teferi gives you the option to quicken all your spells. Well, quicken your next spell. Quicken being an old cantrip that lets you cast your next spells if it had flash. This allows you to do a number of things. Not actually sure what that is coming out. But it's old. I assure you, it is very old. Ethan Hand coming out with a Ponder. You know, for an Infect deck, it's not really rushing down, is it? But that's what you actually expect in Legacy. It's what we were talking about last round. You don't see as much hyper aggro in Legacy because if you overextend, you're very likely to bite a silver bullet. You don't see the same level of play that you see in, or you don't see the same tempo that you see in Modern, and that's because so many resourceless answers exist. Things like Daze, things like Force of Will. We were talking about it. Force of Negation's a sideboarder, in very niche cases, main board card. Just more resourceless answers. You just can't go all in as fast. Modern is more about out-tempoing your opponent before they get the resources to say no. And in Legacy, that's just not possible, so you have to play around the control. And, now that I'm seeing it, as you are right now, live here at Nexus Esports, I have to say that I kind of have to agree with the concept here. Control oftentimes suffers in Modern because it's either completely overbearing because it's super static, so once it gets set up, there's just no way to break the lock, or it's not fast enough, so it can't ever get onto the field, and you can't win. It's almost as if Control is the one waiting for permission instead of the one giving it, because in Modern, if Control gets off, then it's just going to win. But if it doesn't get off, then it just stays behind. Quick Infect creature coming out. That is an Ink Moth Nexus, the man land that has Infect. I'm trying to remember. I know that land. Very familiar with it. Pendlehaven, yes. The card that you saw him tap down, Pendlehaven. The target 1/1 creature gets +1/+2 until end of turn. Very powerful land for this particular setup because he makes the creature into a 1/1, or makes the land into a 1/1 creature, gives it +1/+2, so now it's 2/3 swings. Proc from Noble Hierarch, it's now a 3/4. A 3/4 flying Infect is a big deal. And yeah, we're scooping it up there. I will be right back. So it seems that Ethan did in fact take it game one. He got the lockdown on Noah. Noah saw the infect coming and writing on the wall with the fairy out, no ability to answer it. That just locked Noah out of the game, and Ethan just went ahead and they went ahead and called it Ethan's victory. So now they're going to move on to game two, which is significantly faster than last round. But we're not playing two, exactly control decks here. It's funny. This bank control deck list, it's almost modern. It's almost modern. Well, I say it's almost modern, actually. The big things here that obviously jump out at me are Brainstorm, Ponder, Force of Will, Daze. All blue spells, by the way. We should talk about that, right? In Legacy, your most powerful colors are blue and black, right? There is room for argument in that particular analysis, but when you look at Power 9, which all Power 9 is actually banned in Legacy, but just to point out the era, right? The concept of time here. Because Legacy is a format based on back in the day while trying to restrict power so that you have, you can still use those cards in Vintage, but obviously you can't play them in Legacy. But when you go back and you look at it, all the power was in blue and black. I mean, out of Power 9, I think all the cards that are banned are blue or a Mox. And the only exception to that, I think, is Black Lotus, which obviously isn't a Mox. But my point still stands. Blue is such a powerful color from back in the day. They put so much power into blue that they had to really limit its application because it was a frustrating mechanic to have to play against. It's always been a frustrating mechanic to have to play against. Wizards R&D looked at the casual player. What do you hate more than anything? And it was being told no. Universally speaking, the player that just wants to play to have fun does not like being told that he can't play the game. And blue excels at saying no. Very quick Pithing Needle coming out. Times like these, I wish we had audio so we could figure out exactly what he's stopping. There's a lot of good potential here. I mean, just off the cuff. Well, actually, not off the cuff. Let's not go off the cuff here. But a lot of good options to turn off. I think that is actually the Glistener Elf that I was thinking of earlier. Ethan without the second land drop, though. Like, he doesn't need excessive land drops, but without enough land, he's going to have a hard time staying in the game. Because while there are a lot of resourceless answers, there's only so many that you can utilize at any given time, right? I mean, he only has so many cards in hand. Things like Force of Will or Force of Negation cost extra cards from hand. He only has so many resources. Actually, it looks like he's going to write down the thing that he is stopping. And unfortunately, our camera doesn't have enough definition to actually make that out. I'll probably try to get word in on what card that is turning off later. Ah. Wow, you can make that out? That's amazing. I can't make that out at all. Sneak attack, huh? Let's look that up real fast. Ooh. That's a rude enchantment. I see where it comes from, though. Powerful little card. Let's go and take a look at the players and what they're doing right now. Both players intently focused. Makes a lot of sense based on what else is in the deck. Yeah, now I understand what you're saying. Which also makes a lot of sense as far as what is, Roger that. Okay. Now that I understand how this deck works, I'm almost sad that I'm not going to get to see it. Was that Rune? Was that Rune Snag? No, not Rune Snag. Paper Snag. Paper Snag. Yep. Brainstorm coming out, getting the cards he needs, putting what he does in the back. I've run into show and tell before. I was playing casually once, playing Modern into a Legacy deck. This is a Legacy show and tell deck. And I had the misfortune of playing it, and he turned 3, dropped show and tell, and resulted in Emrakul, the Aeon's Torrent. And I was like, oh no, that's horrible. Hold on, show. Good old show and tell. This is the card that like my good friend Green is actually referring to. Anyway, he reveals the Emrakul, and I'm like, oh, that's horrible. And he's like, well, what you got? And I was like, well, I got a Fleshback Marauder. Here you go. Fleshback Marauder, of course, is 3-drop, 3/1. It says both players sacrifice a creature. Kind of looked at me dumbly and was like, okay, well, I'll try again. I believe that is Blighted Agent on the field now. Blighted Agent is a terrifying creature in this particular setup. Unblockable Infect. Giving it the Pendlehaven, coming straight through with the Infect, and I believe that's going to be game. Going to Ethan Ham. Well done, Ethan. So solid performance by Banned Infect over Sneak and Show. That will go ahead and conclude round 2. Stay with us, and we will be back for round 3 here at Nexus Esports' 1K Legacy Tournament. I have been your caster, Edward Teague, and hopefully I will have extra guests to arrive and amp up the energy levels. Until then, stick with us, and we'll be right back. And we are back with the third round here at Nexus Esports 1K Legacy Tournament. Again, your caster, Edward Teague, and I have a guest with me, Caleb.
Hello.
So Caleb is one of the dudes coming through this tournament right now. I do believe you got to buy this round.
I did.
Lucky you.
No kidding.
So right now on camera on the left, we got Raj, who was here last night with our playset series. Did a fairly good job competing. Versus Andrew, what is it? Andrew Solano. Andrew Solano. So Raj is running a Delver deck. Running a rug, right? Teamer, basically.
Teamer Delver.
Yep.
Delver and Kiln Fiend. Got some Dreadhordes in here. Spicy, so.
We actually saw a Delver deck earlier, but it was 4-color. It was basically not white. So this actually has, let me think here. Blue is what's, wait, no.
Like black and white.
Black is what's missing.
Black and white. Got everything is pretty typical Delver. May not be running. Ren and 6. Very interesting. Great Delver list otherwise. And then it looks like Andrew on a Reanimator variant. We're looking at black here. Should be an interesting match.
Ooh, by Red Black, does it run that one Reanimator card?
Which one? Unearth and Tomb.
Reanimate. So I know what those ones are. Believe it or not, I actually know what those are. I was actually wondering if it ran the one that brings the legendary back for a turn.
Possibly. Let me see.
I'm not seeing it. Then again, I'm also not seeing any like legendary creatures. So, well, no, there's Gristlebrand.
Gristlebrand and yeah, it looks like it's a pretty typical.
I mean, I guess
list otherwise.
I guess when you don't need it, right?
Yeah, no kidding.
I had a friend though once we sat down to theorycraft a modern deck back in the day. It was a red black burn deck, but what we did is it was set up to do a turn 3 combo that was to Raven's Crime yourself, discard your own Emrakul, instantly bring it back with I'm trying to remember what the name of that card is. Something's Revenge. Goryo's Revenge. Instantly bring it back before the trigger resolved on ETB in the graveyard or enter the graveyard.
Interesting.
And boom, 15 damage, Annihilator 6 on turn 3.
Nasty. That's nasty. Here we're looking like doesn't look like Andrew got the turn one off, but matchup so far we've got a Delver on board. No flip.
So why do you think it's run red black versus so the Reanimator I remember running was white black?
So the red black with red really we get access to obviously looting. Otherwise mostly it's a black heavy faithless looting exception there. Check out the list there. Ooh, it looks like we got a result chance. Very nice. Over flip. All written to. Let's see. Raj has anything else to play out of this?
Bringing up the card real fast. Chancellor of the Annex. Fantastic little Phyrexian Angel, because that's not terrifying. Yep, and your opponents cast a spell, counter it unless they pay 1. Fantastic little control card. Which has always been the trick with any kind of Reanimator, right? Just put out the big thing that tells your opponent no.
Exactly, especially as a flyer. Delver wouldn't quite hold this back.
I remember, so my experience with Reanimator back, well, not really back in the day, it was only, actually I guess it was 6 years ago that I played a Reanimator deck. But it was turn 2 Reanimate an Archangel of Angel of Despair, turn 3 Vindicate, turn 4 Vindicate, and I was like, "Can I have some lands, please?" No, we don't let you have resources.
Never, ever. Yeah, the is a dirty card.
Which I mean, not Angel of Despair, but I am seeing the Ashen Rider in there.
Ashen Rider is definitely very nasty. I think Chancellor is about the best tech that has over. Like Fight spell. I'm trying to see is that a couple build.
Man, 2 Delvers and no transformation. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, no flips yet. Under. Very interesting. now in the pressure on top of the 5/6 flyer. Very odd stalled board.
Here's the Faceless Looting coming out.
So it looks like. So. Flip, we got it finally. Line flip as well. Alright, so we have some flyer protection against Chancellor at the very least.
Yep. Should help.
Yep. Good, but there's enough time to set up and big bet.
Oh, definitely. I did realize, of course, the other advantage of Counselor the Annex, all those free counterspells aren't free anymore.
You gotta pay your 1 mana. So, no days, no force. Over doesn't quite get to play the strategy that. Right out of the field. Bristlebrand would be nice right on.
I do have to say the imagery that it projects here, though. You have this dude sitting in the back creating all these little creatures and just kind of pointing at spell work, going, no, 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 no. Ooh, zoom. Isn't the one where both people go get one?
Yep, exactly, but I don't think. Oh, we got Bristlebrand. That's gonna be tough. Banging in there with Chancellor. Brand might actually do it.
So, forgive me, I can't type. Still can't type.
There we go.
Nailed it.
Big boy Gristle.
Our good friend. You know, I actually saw somebody run a deck with this in a Modern the other day. It was an infinite combo designed around using Nourishing Shoal to exile Imperious Great Worm to gain life, and using him as just an infinite draw engine.
Draw 7, gain 7. Yep.
Yeah, and then he just basically cheated in a he had a couple ways. You could cheat in Laboratory Maniac, and then just and I'll draw myself to deck myself.
Basically, the ad nauseam.
Yeah.
With the ad nauseam.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. Bristlebrand's a threat right now. Got to buy Arclight Phoenix. Modern. 21 to 7/7.
I mean, sometimes, technically speaking, the scariest creature in Magic is a 1/1.
Hey, that's good.
I actually used to laugh because I actually played against a player once. Comes out swinging with a Emrakul, casts, or cheats it into play, ready to go, puts on Lightning Greaves, or not Lightning Greaves. He gave it haste somehow.
Gotcha.
And he was ready to swing, and he stopped, and he goes, "I'll pass," because I had a Royal Assassin on my side of the field.
Gross nasty. That'll do it. That is filthy.
The image of just you see this giant Cthulhu tentacle monster. I'm gonna
pull you over.
And all of a sudden, it just falls out of the sky and collapses, and a little dude in a mask and a knife says, "You see nothing."
I love it. It's the best kind of Magic to play. Gonna crash in with Gristlebrand.
Get some life, I think. Yeah, no. That's a stack of cards in his hand. No, it's not. What the hell?
You got 1 life, no Gristlebrand activation quite yet. Imagine he'll probably do it on.
Where's all the life that he was supposed to have gained?
Might have missed.
Ooh.
We're just searching.
Also, in the story, isn't he dead? Very much so. I remember recalling a particular game. It was when that was in Standard. A dude got conceded to for flavor because his opponent had both Avacyn and Gristlebrand out, and his opponent had Hell Vault and stuck them both back in the Hell Vault.
Nasty.
And his opponent just said, "You know what?
I concede. I like that.
You've broke the story. You put him back in the vault."
What a respectable opponent. I love that.
Oh man.
Backing.
You know, I was talking about it last round. I'm not a legacy player. In fact, I've often thought, oh, legacy is just too much power. Right? But you know, I'm looking at it. I'm a control player at heart. I like combo because I like to see cool synergies. But I like combo that comes out in a fun way.
Yep.
And modern is just being overrun by hyper aggressive combo that's like I have to get out turn 2, turn 3, and just win.
And you don't have nearly as much interaction level wise as far as legacy. Legacy has about 10 times the amount.
Yeah.
Now, which is kind of wild to think about because a lot of modern players that do legacy haven't touched legacy as this, you know, turn 0 I have it or you force me, it's over. But in reality, it ends up much grindier than what we see.
I think the threat of the answer keeps people from going all in.
Exactly. Can't quite have as many balls to the wall combo decks as much as I would like that.
Where modern is just being overrun right now with like I have to beat you before you can get off the ground. I was saying it last round that control is in a really bad state in modern simply because you either lay down your control and your opponent goes, screw it, I can see next game.
Right.
You don't actually get to do it.
Right.
It's like, does it resolve? Well, yeah, I'm just going to concede.
Yeah. I will say Teferi and Narset definitely for control. But
Teferi was dumb.
Teferi alone is another made out here.
That's a Lotus Petal.
Did have the Gristlebrand reanimation. Yeah. What a game. Stuck it out for as long. Brand is a little.
So what do we got as options here for Raj coming out? Tormod's Crypt.
Tormod's Crypt's going to be very good.
But unfortunately, it's a 1-of.
Vapor Snag would also be a
Just send that reanimated creature right back to his hand.
Exactly. I'd say otherwise, we're probably just at those two. Maybe a Flusterstorm, but was the Tormod's Snagger best text that he could. Like Andrew honestly has a couple of options. More than likely going to bring in. Otherwise, pretty straightforward matchup between the.
I mean, Elishnorn's going to be just a one-sided thing.
Exactly.
I put this down, and unless you deal with it, you just don't get creatures.
Exactly. Delver does not like the static effects there.
I do see. Yeah, right? Shield of Emeria.
Yeah, we do have a Tora here. Awesome. So Shield of Emeria, another great option here. Definitely for Chancellors. Try and get lucky and start another one. And that London Mulligan rule definitely favors.
Yep.
That you need to as much of a combo as you possibly can.
I actually fixed the issue with my co-host cutting out. I think I muted his mic.
Whoops.
But you were actually coming through on my mic.
Awesome.
But just like really quiet.
I am here. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that heads up. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. All right, so going in around. So actually, I don't think today we've had a full set, like 3 games on
Really?
camera. It's been 2-0 both times.
I'd really be interested to see Roche pull this one out. He does have, some of the hate cards and answers for Reanimator. Not as much graveyard interaction as I would like, but he does have enough that he might actually have a fighting chance, just as much as Delver always does.
Yeah, it's unfortunate though because any of the really strong just graveyard Raj can't play because he also does graveyard shenanigans. Like he can't throw down Grafdigger's Cage because it's like, hey, I have to do those things.
No ley lines, yeah. I think ley line and surgical may be a good option as well. But his matchups against some of the bad surgical and everything else is not quite as bad as others. So I would assume he's probably just going for the straightforward, bonk you down and have an answer for whatever threat you have out there too. I did notice he's also only running 2 Force of Wills.
Yeah, I saw that too.
3 days as well.
I was like, wait, that's just so weird.
It does make sense with the Dreadhorde Arcanist plan. We got a couple mutagenic growths and some gut shots and other fun stuff in here to activate and use as well. But it's an interesting list for sure. The Apostle's Blessings in the main I like as well. TBR, what an all-in list.
I think ideally I'd love to see Roge come across and just bonk Andrew for like 12 damage before he can actually get anything set up.
Well, talking about deck composition, without trying to give away too much of what you're playing in this tournament, you got any surprises that we could look forward to if I get you on camera?
Nothing super spicy. I am a big fan of making 2020s as fast as possible. So we were talking about combo interruption and everything. That's my thing. I really enjoy combo. Moving in from modern to legacy for me. I was also one of those people that believed that it was either turn 0 you have it or you got the force of will and screw it. So I like the opportunity to play stuff that is not available in modern at that power level and speed, and we'll see. But nothing too spicy. Just hopefully some decent play. I have a question for you though. How about for someone on the outside looking in, being that this is your first legacy tournament to kind of watch all the way through? What would your choice be, offhanded, in legacy?
Blue White Miracles.
Really? Even minus top?
Yeah, I guess actually I actually did not know that top was banned, but my only other experience in Legacy, which I had talked about in the show, it was a weird tournament. It's actually it had no format.
Nice.
The people who were running it did not actually know Magic at all. They used the word legendary to say the format, and it's like that's not a format.
That's
so,
an interesting choice.
The players basically determined the format, and they decided on Vintage. And I had a friend run Blue White Miracles with top, and it was a really fun looking deck.
Very nice.
What was actually really hilarious though is I had several friends, obviously, because this was while I was in the military. So obviously several people from my unit were in it.
Right.
And one dude actually made it to the semifinals doing nothing but a Boros aggro deck from Modern.
No kidding.
Like, it was just like, people were like expecting like the super crazy stuff, and like, dude's like, I put out a 2/2 first strike.
Oh my god.
And they were like,
I don't know how to deal with that.
do I force it? Do I not force it?
Exactly. Is it worth actually my time? It looks like both opponents actually kept 7 here too. That's so true. Friends don't let friends like SDU top. That's great. Yeah, honestly, throwing you a top deck to play for your first like legacy venture was pretty mean. That's really nasty. Top and Brainstorm are two of the hardest interactions I believe in legacy, and now one of them's gone.
But it was a fun deck. I just liked it. I was like, this is just cool. I like cheating.
I do too. This is the perfect format for it.
I don't know though. I think I'd have to get a better feel for it. The only other deck I would run would be probably a black-white Reanimator, only because I'm familiar with it.
Makes sense.
And I'm familiar with how frustrating it can be to play against.
Also makes sense.
Sometimes you win through nothing more than salt.
Exactly. Yeah. People tilt just seeing some ridiculous stuff going off, and again, without giving too much away, I'm playing a similar deck. Turbo Depths. It just kind of happens. Sometimes you have the turn win, and there's nothing that your opponent can really do about it, and a lot of people don't like this. So what do we feel in the graveyard with? It looks like an Entomb he's thinking about. We got a Gristlebrand in there, so that's a good start. Now we got to see if Roche got lucky and ripped his Tormons. It looks like he's got one in his hand, but I can't quite tell.
How about Lotus Petal?
Is it?
By the way, speaking of Lotuses, what do you think of the new Lotus Field?
I love the Lotus Veil, Lotus Field. Lotus Field is incredible. I'm a huge fan.
So many different ways I've seen of people coming up with ways like cheat the thing, right?
Exactly.
One thing I saw was Amulet of Vigor, and then it comes into play, untaps itself, tap it, and this is modern, but disallow and counter the ETB sack 2 lands.
I like that. We could go, stifle. That's nice, actually.
Another one I saw was using Thespian Stage to just copy it.
That makes sense as well. You copy it. Sadly, it doesn't. I mean, I guess you have to have the amulet out, but otherwise, if it did come in untapped, that would be pretty filthy.
Yeah. So there's just a lot of fun looking play with it.
Absolutely. I've been tooling around within As Foretold Restore Balance deck in Modern, and it's definitely working well in that show. I'm
also happy because I got told when it was first spoiled, people were like, "Oh, that's worthless. You have to sack 2 lands." I was like, "It has hexproof," and they were like, "Yeah, well, somebody's just gonna point destroy it." I was like,
"Has hexproof. It fixes its problem." Yeah, definitely not being threatened by Wasteland, Ghost Quarter, or anything is a really nice aside.
I did actually find one weakness though. If you play it the way it was intended to be played and you dropped it on turn 3, you leave yourself like horrifically exposed to smallpox.
Yep, that's very true.
Horrifically exposed.
Smallpox, any kind of effect similar to that is it's pretty scary. Thankfully, not too much interaction running around in Modern that can kind of screw you up there. But I would like to see someone, find a good use for that too.
Oh yeah. Some of these cards need to be printed in Modern. Vindicate needs to be printed in Modern.
I can get behind that. I think Vindicate would be a fun addition.
And either one or the other, Brainstorm or Ponder needs to come back to Modern.
That's where you lost me, man.
Come on!
I think if we got Brainstorm or Ponder, the power level might be a little bit intense.
Come on, we got our pseudo Force of Will in Modern now.
We have, exactly. So maybe we'll get a pseudo Brainstorm posted from the next Modern Horizons set.
But whenever they do pseudo, it kind of gets underwhelming, right?
True.
Like technically, things like Anguish Unmaking is a pseudo Vindicate.
True.
And they were like, but hey, it's instant speed. And it's like, but it also costs 3 life and it doesn't hit lands.
Exactly. Yeah. The not hitting lands clause is definitely big. But we've been getting a lot of kind of equal power level tools like Assassin's Trophy and.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you see it, right? You see the hits non-land permanents,
right.
Or if it hits a land, it replaces it. And it's
exactly.
like, I get it, Wizards. You don't want us to vindicate lands.
People don't like Lando. Lando makes people sad.
Unfortunately, it exists. It just exists within specific colors. Like,
yeah.
I mean, Ponza, right?
True.
Whew.
Exactly.
And then they reprinted, what was it? Was it Decimate? They reprinted it in Modern Horizons.
Not Decimate. I know what you're talking about.
Pillage.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, and I was like, what?
Yeah, the Anguish Unmaking, I definitely see the point on that one. But again, paying life and not being able to nab lands is like a huge, huge downside.
Yep.
All right, what do we got coming in from Andrew? It looks like Roche has been able to keep him off pretty easily so far. I think Andrew's just not. All right. Let's see what Roche has in response. We got a fetch. Prismatic. Yeah, Prismatic Veil. Very nice. I like a lot of the basic inclusion. He is running back to basics. It is Legacy, by the way.
Prismatic Veil, you said?
Prismatic Vista. I'm so sorry. Down 1. Right there.
Oh, yeah.
We got the new beautiful edition and stuff like this that they've been printing in Modern Horizons is kind of what gives me hope.
Yeah, like no, this we've needed this for so long.
Yeah,
like
no kidding. Evolving Wilds, but a million times better.
Yeah, and it's just like Wizards. Like we needed a new fetch land that wasn't going to put us in bankruptcy.
Exactly.
And this fixes that.
Yeah, sadly, not a whole lot of availability on the Modern Horizons. I really like what they did with printing some supplemental cards, but the availability I think is kind of what's gonna, in the long run, matter here because we have things like Prismatic Vista and a lot of the one-off tools. Force of Negation. Ooh, we finally got 2. Is that a Gristlebrand? And
I think it's at the enchantment that brings it back.
We got an Animate Dead on Gristlebrand. That is what it is. Yep, cool. Very nice.
Isn't Animate Dead if it goes away, the creature gets exiled?
Exactly. So if Animate Dead removes, it's a really, really funky. It's one of the most funky worded cards in Magic, in my opinion.
Even not that stupid Power 9 card that's like play another game of Magic under the table?
Yeah, we're looking at something different from that though. That's some actual shenanigans. When it ETBs, if it's on the battlefield, it loses Enchant Creature and gains Enchant Creature put onto the battlefield. And then you return it to the battlefield under your control and attach Animate Dead to it. It's just so much text to say, bring this creature back from the graveyard and attach Animate Dead. And then if Animate Dead is killed, then the creature itself is dead too.
Oh, but not exiled.
Right, exactly, yeah.
If it was exiled, that'd be kind of bad.
Yeah, especially for Reanimator, I think.
Although it's kind of funny, that one downside of Reanimate Dead, that -1/-0, actually kind of slightly affects Gristlebrand.
It really does.
You're only going to get 6 life and paying 7.
Exactly. Not so much of an issue when you're playing against another combo deck, but if you're playing against something like Delver here, it matters a lot, actually.
And you're right, you can stifle the trigger, but I don't think he can stifle the trigger in this particular case. I don't see any sources of blue.
See, we got Chancellor coming out to block. Okay. Oh, we're swinging. There's that 6-point exchange there that you were talking about too. Let's see if he reanimates or animates Gristlebrand here.
I'm guessing that our... No, there it is, finally.
Took him a second.
So I think he is in fact updating it. It's that it's delayed, like it's lagging behind. We had a similar problem last night. We had a game where the dude was like in here. We thought he was at 19 life, which made no sense.
Yeah.
So we got to check. He's at 18 life outside, and it's like
that's rough. Yeah, it's kind of tough to not be able to correlate between that or manage it.
Yeah.
This is a pretty great setup.
He
Glorious end to ignore the trigger. I like that. That would be some real spice in either of these lists. All right.
I always forget about that card. Have you ever actually managed to use that card to win?
I've never resolved one and then won a game, if that tells you anything. I've definitely resolved one and then, lost to the card itself, but I've never actually resolved and won.
Talking about cards that make you lose the game, I actually made somebody lose on a Summoner's Pact. They had enough mana to pay for the Summoner's Pact next turn, so they Summoner's Pact out to get the card they need. But part of their mana base was Dork, so passes to my turn killed Dork past turn.
Nice, very nice. That feels good, especially in the upkeep. That was a ballsy move of them, honestly, hoping that the Dork survives.
A little bit. I actually, back when Titan Bloom was a thing, I won on the sheer fact that my opponent miscalculated.
Oof.
Was going to stop his little combo. He packed in negations. I'm like, okay, that sucks. Goes back to his turn. Starts tapping down mana to pay for packed in negation. Goes, oh.
I don't have enough.
I don't have 2 sources of blue. Damn.
I think we've all been there, though. That game where you're like, I definitely have this in the bag, and then you screw up your taps or just don't have what you thought you did initially, and you're like, oh, crap. I'm left here with nothing to do now. We got look like a duress. We got a discard spell coming out from Andrew. He has the Force in hand with no mana to cast.
Was it a duress?
Looks like there was, let's see. Maybe Cabal Therapy that he popped off. It was a discard spell of some kind.
I was about to ask, do they run duress in Legacy?
Absolutely.
Really?
It
modern players frown on that card.
Occasionally. Thoughtseize is hands down the better option, just for any situation. Ooh, we got an Elish. That's it.
That's game. GG boys, wrap it up.
Nasty. What a game. Roche definitely held his own for a good while.
Yeah, I think he just doesn't have enough tools in his toolbox, to be honest.
Agreed, and I think even if this was the variant that was running Ren and 6, it would still be pretty difficult for him to get ahead of Reanimator. And then, like I was saying earlier, the new London Mulligan rules just heavily favor Reanimator. Delver can definitely win this, but it's tough.
I would either have gone with more hate in the more graveyard hate that he could control.
Correct.
A Relic of Progenitus, technically you can control it only as long as you're not popping it. But maybe another Tormod's Crypt instead.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Leyline of the Void right now in Modern. Just for
I think would kill. Wait, no, it's one-sided, isn't it?
It's one-sided, exactly. So it's one-sided. If you care about that, it's immediate. You're not going to get caught off guard by Dredge or any variant of Dredge. Helps you against the lands matchup if you're playing against lands control. And even in these matchups, against Rug Delver, if you want to just completely shut off Ren and 6 hard, if that's what they're relying on for continuing the game, then it can be pretty nasty. So Surgical was definitely the graveyard hate card of choice, I think, before we got Modern Horizons and the London Mulligan. But I think with London Mull, your odds of hitting Leyline are just too good to not run it. Yeah.
We were talking about it last night that the new London Mulligan rule has just completely shifted the meta in Modern. I mean, so to put it into perspective, last month we ran a playset series. We had a bit of a light showing to begin with, but we had 5 tribal decks.
Yep.
with only 12 players showing up.
Wow.
It was a lot of tribal. A lot of people just like, I'm just going to cover bases and make my tribe do something.
Makes sense.
This playset series, almost everybody was combo. We had Is It Phoenix, we had 2 Mono Red Phoenix, we had 2 Amulet Titan decks.
Yep.
Like, everybody was combo.
Exactly. I've seen a lot of, you look at the PT plays and everything, it looks like Eldrazi-Tron is also just showing up in hordes right now to kind of stop that combo, but...
We just can't kill Eldrazi-Tron.
Exactly. That's kind of the thing, is you get more combo, Eldrazi-Tron starts showing up more heavily, and then you get some Eldrazi-Tron hate, and, blue-white control and all that stuff, so... I'm personally a fan of blue-white control in Modern right now, but I think really you got to play combo, or you got to play something that beats combo in Modern. And that's another reason why I just heavily prefer Legacy. Even the combo decks, like if you're playing a mirror of a combo versus combo, you still have some sort of interaction. It's not nearly the level of goldfishing that you would get out of Modern.
I mean, yeah, you're right. Like last night, it was a game of player 1, Anthony. I can't remember the last name. Started with an O. But just coming off with Mono Red Phoenix, coming off strong, hitting turn 2 Phoenix, going. And then it was Robert Tupes, who was like, and by the way, my combo 18 damage to face.
Yep, exactly.
And I was like, well, that's the thing.
Yep. I want to see really where Ad Naz and a couple of the other, more balls to the wall combos, more reliant. Oh,
God, I just realized, we're going to see more Ad Nauseam. Oh, I hate Ad Nauseam.
I can appreciate Ad Naz. It's glass cannony enough that I don't hate on it quite as much.
My preferred color scheme is Esper.
I like it.
I like Esper. I like control, and I like to combo out in not super win ways. My favorite combo in the entirety of Modern is the Sword Thopter combo.
Very nice.
I love to throw it in everywhere. Right?
I like that.
I played an Esper deck originally that literally was 0 creatures. Not a single creature.
Okay.
Everything was a non-creature way to control the game.
Interesting.
It worked for a while. But then I just started coming up against the more tier 1 type decks, and I actually had an answer to combo with Lost Legacy. Find those combo pieces and kill them.
Yeah.
And it was like, cool, do the thing. And he was like, in response, I'm just gonna combo now. And I was like,
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm done.
Not too much you can do against that. I think Unmorty Go is also a really nice addition in those colors.
Which I didn't have at the time, but yeah.
Fair. What do you think about the new Urza? Kind of splashing and all that.
So at first I wasn't impressed.
Sure.
I was when I turned my deck to a more creature-based deck, trying to go for more tempo-based control. I was using Grand Architect. You familiar how that interacts with the combo?
Remind me.
Actually, I'm going to pull it up for you.
Nice.
So, Grand Architect, one of the things you can do is you can tap down a blue creature to add 2 colorless mana to use for artifact spells or activate artifact
Very
abilities.
nice.
Well, the Thopters you make from Thopter Foundry are blue Thopters.
Right.
So, infinite mana, keep going, right? Basically, it accomplishes the same thing that Urza is accomplishing right now, and I was like, well, I don't need Urza, I have this. And then it hit me that 5-drop ability that he has. I was like, wait, but now you can infinitely play your deck and get whatever you need.
Exactly. You can just win as soon as you resolve Urza, essentially. Yeah, that's some nasty stuff.
One of the things I've included in my deck, because I'm constantly trying to tune it, constantly trying to make it work. But one of the things I found was that, your Stony Silence type effects obviously are going to shut down a deck like this. And so I searched for an answer that was in artifacts. So I could try to artifact tutor, synergy it out.
Yeah.
I found one answer.
What would that be?
Spinefish Saw.
No.
The thing is, it can work. It works.
Fair. I like it.
I actually I actually think I got this off turn 3, legit.
Wow.
On a player, and then I went Spinefish Saw, infinite combo, destroy all your lands, creatures, everything back in hand. Pass.
And they go, okay, I can't play anything, otherwise it's done. That's filthy. I like that a lot.
Yes, the match did end. It went to Andrew straight up 2-0. So
good games, guys.
Yeah.
We'll see what round 4 brings.
Yeah, I think we have a couple games still finishing up here. By the way, I did want to point out, once again, we've been 2-0ing every game, but round 1 literally went to 3 minutes left in the round. And I was like, oh, I really hope this doesn't go to 3.
I think with as many combo decks as have been popping up, hopefully nothing else does that.
Yeah.
But nowadays, even those can kind of run to time, depending on the board state.
Yeah, it got close also at round 2. There was one last game, and like I saw the clock hit 0 and walked over to the last table to let them know like we're at time, so
right.
it's time to start. I'm not a judge, so I can't remember what the ruling is. It's something like
five turns. Yeah.
5 turns. But as I walked up, they're like, "Oh yeah, we just finished." Okay.
That's super easy.
Yeah. So stick with us. This has been my my new friend Caleb here.
Pleasure.
Yep. Thank you for being with me at this particular round, and I wish you luck in the next round. Stay with us, and we will be right back with round 4 of the Nexus 1K Legacy event. Welcome back to today's Nexus Esports 1K. Yes. Sorry about that. I've been completely thrown off tempo. Oh, somebody's force of willed my casting. No. Okay. Let's start this again, guys. Welcome back to Nexus Esports 1K Legacy Tournament. I have with me Mr. Dawson Drake.
Yes, sir.
Who was competing in the tournament. I believe you've dropped, you said?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain why you dropped?
We were playing Burn, and we played against 2 of the 3 lands decks in the tournament, and We got turn 1 locked out in 4 of our 5 games that we played against these decks.
You know what though? This is gonna happen, right? You're gonna get the bad matchups.
Yeah, it happens.
What were you playing?
I was playing Burn.
What? Just mono red?
Yep, just straight mono red in
Wait, I think
Legacy.
I saw your deck, dude. Aren't you running a Sulfuric Vortex?
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty sick, it's a pretty stock list these days. Just 4 lightning bolts, 4 goblin guides, 4 monastery swift spear. Instead of the lava mancer, I had 1 sulfuric vortex in my deck. Pretty
Found you.
pretty stock deck, yeah. All right, so this round we got Sneak and Show versus Lands. Pretty classic Legacy matchup here.
You know, it's funny. Your deck, literally without the Sulfuric Vortex, is modern legal.
That is not true. Chain Lightning, Price of Progress,
I don't see those.
not legal.
Hold on.
They're in.
Oh, there it is. I see it. My bad. I apologize. I
You're fine, you're
apologize.
fine. All right, so we got Lands
You right.
starting off with their turn 1 Mox Diamond, fetching out Forest off I believe that's a Windswept Heath. Not too good with the
Card arts.
yeah,
Hey man, look at the bright side.
The
You
alternates.
probably have a better idea. And in round 2, I was so lost as to what was going on. I just had to, at one point, just start staring at the screen because I was like, I don't know.
Renin 6 on the play turn 1. All right. It's not the best play in the world. It's a good card advantage engine in this matchup, but the Sneak and Show deck doesn't really care about that card too much. It doesn't pick off any of their threats. I mean, they've either got Emrakul or Grizzlebrand, so like it's just there to draw you a card effectively every turn. So it's not great in this matchup. I wouldn't be surprised if it actually gets boarded out for games 2 and 3. We got going here. Okay, so Lance player's gambling. Looking at the hand, they've already got a Loam. Okay, so we're getting Spell Pierce here. Interesting to see if he pays for it or not. Okay, so he does respect it. I assume with what's in play, he's probably just getting Dark Depths. There's already a Thespian stage in play, just so we can next turn make a 20/20.
Thespian stage, I'm really happy to see that card because in Modern, we weren't really seeing a use for Thespian stage.
No, there's not.
But then Lotus Field came out. And
Yeah.
I kind of want to play around with Thespian stage copying Lotus Fields.
That'd be interesting. All right, what gets discarded here? Okay, so just another Windswept Heath. All right, so that means we're all gassed up, and we got a 20/20 next turn. Let's see if Justin's got a Soul Land into Sneak and Show Omniscience. Nope, we're brainstorming. So we still technically can't have it. We got Lotus Petal in the deck, but it's pretty unlikely. There's a lot of cards you need. You need Soul Land, Lotus Petal, Omniscience, and then the Emrakul. We're fetching, so we're getting probably a Volcanic Island here, I would guess. No, we're just getting another basic, so...
We saw a Sneak and Show deck in round 2, but I had no idea what SNS stood for.
Sneak and Show, yeah.
Yeah, so I had to look it up, and wow, Sneak Attack. Wow.
That's a powerful magic card. Alright, so we're just pondering.
Modern has its comparable with Escape, or not Escape Shift. What was that card? Into the Breach.
Through the Breach?
Or Through the Breach.
Yeah, you can think of this deck similar to the modern Through the Breach decks. Kind of similar to like the Blue Moon Through the Breach style decks that try and kill you with Emrakul. It's kind of the similar concept here. Except we also have the ability to just put a turn 1 Grizzlebrand or Emrakul into play, just like turn 1 Soul Land, Lotus Petal, cast Sneak and Show and Tell, and if your opponent just plays a Dork or a land and you just put an Emrakul, you're probably gonna win that game.
I was talking about it earlier when I was thinking about the Show and Tell. I've only ever had to play against a Show and Tell deck once, and I was playing a Modern deck myself, so it really wasn't fair.
Okay.
So the dude does the combo, pulls out the Emrakul, and just simply looks at me with a smirk and says, "What you got?" And I was like, "Well, I got a Fleshback Marauder."
That's cool.
Both players sack a creature. He goes, "Okay, reset. We'll try again."
Kind of cool. Alright, so we've developed here. We now have Dark Depths in play. Obviously, that does have 20 counters. The players just don't have the counters on it. probably just setting up here for an end of turn, make a 20/20, assuming that Justin doesn't have something here. Doing that, we have a main phase brainstorm. I don't know that we have. Well, I see the show and tell in hand. It'd be interesting.
I would say I see the force of will, but that doesn't actually stop
Doesn't
anything.
stop the. Okay, we do have the ancient tomb. Okay, so we are gonna put something in play here. I don't see.
That
Oh,
show
he
and
has
tell?
he has an omniscience. Okay, so what he can do here is he can put the omniscience in play, and he can just start casting all the cantrips in his hand, and hope he finds Grizzlebrand. Or, excuse me, Emrakul, because once he casts Emrakul, he gets to take an extra turn, and then he gets to attack with that Emrakul.
And there's only 6 permanents on the field, so that'll be it.
Yeah. Now, it doesn't necessarily kill that turn because he's
So-
at, Nathan's here is at 19, but... Okay, no, he actually... I guess he didn't have an Omniscience, he just put in Emrakul.
Yep.
Okay. I assume... I guess I didn't... I must have saw something in his hand that looked like Omniscience.
So he can.
Well, this is fine and all, but Nathan still gets to make a 20/20 here, which I guess Emrakul can block for a turn, but
If he had a way to make it unblockable, it'd be it.
actually, can you pull up Emrakul? I know it's protection for something, but I don't
Protection
know.
from colored spells.
It's just spells, right? So it
Yep.
will die to the 20/20. Yeah, it does.
Oh, very
Okay.
much so.
Yeah, okay, so it does just die to the 20/20. So it saves him a turn here, so guess he has to reset here. Maybe if he has a red source, a sneak attack, and another Emrakul, we can continue playing Magic, but don't really see how he's going to fight through his 20/20. He doesn't have any edicts in his main deck, for sure. I mean, it's a blue-red deck. Okay, Loam. Got back the combo and a Glacial Chasm. So that's an interesting card if people don't know what this card does. It has cumulative upkeep of 2 life. Also, when it
What's it
enters the
called?
battle,
Hold on. What's it called?
Glacial Chasm. Kind of an interesting. Oh,
So I'm bad at spelling things.
there you go.
Earth. Wow, that is a.
So he had to sack a land when it enters the battlefield, but he can't be dealt damage while this card is in play. Also, creatures can't attack.
Huh. There's a land like land and snaring bridge.
Kind of. It doesn't stop your opponent's creatures from attacking, but it effectively does because they just don't deal damage.
Which doesn't stop attack triggers.
Correct. And usually, the lens deck abuses this card because every turn they can just sacrifice. They can actually just choose to sacrifice it instead of paying the cumulative upkeep, because then they can just life from the loan back it and play it as their land for the turn. No, it does only work for a couple of turns because
Hold
you
on.
do have-
They can't sacrifice it as an upkeep.
This has a it's been eroded. It's the cumulative upkeep thing. The way cumulative upkeep works, if you can't pay the cost, you have to sacrifice
okay.
That's the old art, obviously, so it doesn't explain it, but that's how cumulative upkeep works.
I see. My bad.
Yeah,
So you can choose to not pay the upkeep.
you just don't do it. Okay. Oh, so we actually got a win from Justin here. It's kind of an interesting combo. So we actually did find Cunning Wish, and we got the Sneak and Show. What happens here is Justin actually gets the Sneak and Show in play, puts the Omniscience into play, then casts Cunning Wish to get
Miracle of the Aeon's Torn.
well, no, you can't get that with Cunning Wish. Cunning Wish gets an instant or sorcery out of your sideboard. Or actually gets instants, excuse me. And what he gets is he gets the card Intuition, which you search your library for 3 copies of a card, and then your opponent chooses to give one you. If you just get 3 Emrakuls, your opponent has to give you an Emrakul, and then you cast it with the Omniscience, and you get to take an extra turn. And that actually results in a win here. The combat with Emrakul, making your opponent sacrifice all its permanents.
Alright, so let's take a look, see here at our sideboard options for Nathan.
Well, Looks like we've got some Sphere of Resistances. We've got a Thorn of the Amethyst, 2 Tireless Trackers, 2 Chokes, 2 Grossing Grips, 2 Force of Vigor, 1 Drop of Honey, and 1 Chandra Awakened Inferno. Okay, that's an interesting one for sure. In this matchup, we're pretty spell-based. So I'm looking most likely at the Thorn of the Amethyst. Definitely the Chokes. All of Justin's lands, besides the soul lands that tap for colored mana, are islands. They're going to be basic islands and volcanic islands. So they're not going to untap there.
Also, hello there, Omega FA. Thanks for being with us. And yeah, that was one of the things I noted. Like, it doesn't prevent the attacking, so Emrakul can just attack, make you sack the permanents,
Correct.
and bada bing, bada boom.
Correct.
In fact, since the attack isn't finished registering,
You can still deal damage, correct?
Yeah.
Well, the way damage works. It would be interesting to see here if he brings in the Sphere of Resistances. It's a card that it does slow the Sneak and Show deck down, but the deck can produce a lot of mana. It's good against Lotus Petal because it just turns Lotus Petal basically into a Wild Cantor. So.
And Omega, to answer your question, that was game 1. So we're moving into game 2 here, and I don't think this is a good matchup for Nathan, to be honest. Like, it doesn't look like he has any hard answers to show and tell.
Well, the thing is the lands deck can lock the Sneak and Show deck out of the game, just by Glacial Chasm locking his opponent. Also, and then just getting a 20/20 and being faster. This happened to me. I got killed on turn 3 by getting turn 1 Glacial Chasm locked. With my opponent having Life from Loam, Mox Diamond, Exploration. And then they can just make a turn 3 20/20 and kill you.
I think that's gonna come.
It's a pretty in Legacy's history, it's a pretty 50-50 matchup usually. Maybe 55-45 favor to Sneak and Show, but it's definitely close here. We should see. All right, so we got the turn 1 Mox Diamond again.
I think when I'm looking at it here, though, it's the fact that Justin could technically go off as early as, turn 2?
You can technically put kill on turn 1 if you have the nut draw of Soul Land, Lotus Petal, Show and Tell, put in Omniscience, cast Emrakul, attack you for 15. You have probably 2 lands in play because you probably put a land in off of the Show and Tell. And then you pass the turn, and if it's very unlikely for you to.
Yeah, without the actual resourceless counterspell like Force of Will, I don't actually see a way to stop it. So Justin can go off. Nathan has a hard limit though, although I think that is an exploration out.
It is an exploration, yes.
But he does technically have a hard limit as to how fast he can get his combo out.
Yeah, typically the fastest the lands deck can kill is turn 3 with a turn 2 made 20/20 and then attacking on the next turn on turn 3. Which actually, okay, so we did bring in a Sphere of Resistances. That is the Invocation or whatever those are called art.
Special one.
Yeah. This card is 2 mana, and it says all spells cost 1 more. So we did bring it in, which is I kind of agree with. It does slow down the cantrips. Making cantrips 2 mana opposed to 1 mana is definitely a hindrance on the Sneak and Show deck.
Omega, we are going to be in a 5-round round robin set or series, whatever you want to call it, and then moving into a top 8, where hopefully we'll get we'll go top 8, top 4 in finals. So you can expect after this particular set a whole nother round and then up to 3 more rounds.
Assuming our players don't choose to split, which hopefully they don't. Gives us more content.
Yeah, last time there was an 8-way split from the top 8, but there was also a fair amount of, let's just say there was a fair amount of players who had been here all day and they had things to do, like they had to go to work and such of that nature. So through a bit of diplomacy, they're like, let's just all split.
That is another card in play that actually does help the land stack in this matchup. The Lance player has a Mazavith in play, which, if you can't attack with your Grizzlebrand, well, it can attack, but if it never connects, and Emrakul doesn't stop it either because it's not colored. So, yes, you do have to sack 6 permanents if it attack with an Emrakul, but still can.
Yep, good old Maze. You know, it's funny, one of the, what I want to say, I was actually talking about last game. I had a game, one particular, where a dude casts out the Emrakul, or cheats out the Emrakul, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was in a modern game, but he cheats out the Emrakul and gets ready to swing, moves combat, looks at my board state, takes his hand off his Emrakul and says, pass. Had a Royal Assassin on the field.
You're gonna have to tell me what that card does.
Oh, let me pull that up real fast for you.
Destroy target tapped creature. Interesting. Okay.
Well, Emrakul has the tap to attack.
This is true.
And Emrakul only has protection from colored spells, not from colored permanents.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it was a good time just watching a 15/15 Cthulhu monster from hell, like, stare down a 1/1 assassin and back off. So where we at with Justin's show here? He's doing a lot of digging, looking for his combo.
He's just cantripping. I think if I saw his hand properly, he actually does have the combo in hand. Now we're just trying to get the mana to actually cast everything here. We've cast a lot of cantrips, which you can see the power of Sphere of Resistance in this matchup. It actually does slow down the cantrips quite a bit. Being limited to 1 a turn opposed to being able to cast 2 or 3 does definitely slow down the game. The Sneak and Show deck usually does max out on cantrips, all Ponders, Brainstorms, and sometimes Preordains. I think Justin is only playing 2 Preordained, but
We haven't seen any straight out storm. I was actually expecting a storm in round 1, but yeah, new commentator is good. He's very knowledgeable, unlike me. Now we were expecting a storm game in round 1, but turns out that Mr. Robert Tupes actually did not play storm. He played a totally different deck. He kind of he got me by surprise.
yeah, I actually walked around the room. It only appears like we've actually got 1 storm deck in the field. Now it's actually a kind of weird version. It's not your traditional Ant or Tess. We're actually there's a popular player from Dallas. His name is Albert Wong. He plays a Lindum's Vault version of. It's more of a blue-black base storm deck that actually tries to assemble its combo using Lindum's Vault. And it's quite crazy, quite honestly. Might be able to see him in the top 8. From what I saw, he was 2-1. Unfortunately, did take a round 1 loss to being late. But knowing him, he's a pretty good wizard, we can say. And he's top 8 at a lot of events with that deck.
So I wasn't paying attention. I just missed it. Did Nathan French take it?
Yes, Nathan did take it. Justin couldn't assemble anything. He never was able to actually get the combo on the field. Seeing the power of Sphere of Resistance, like we said, just slowing down those cantrips so he couldn't sculpt his hand fast enough. Should be interesting. This is going to be game 3 here where Justin is on the play. And like I said, the deck can kill on turn. Technically, with the perfect 7-card hand, can just kill you on turn 1. It's very unlikely. It's usually you're looking at a turn 2 to 4 Grizzlebrand / Emrakul.
That being said, a turn 2 Emrakul would probably outpace French at this point, especially being on the play.
That is if he gets the Omniscience into play. If he actually gets the cast trigger, it can kill you. Now, if for some reason Nathan does have a nut draw and has like a turn 2 2020 and Justin doesn't get to attack with the Emrakul before the 2020 is made, it can get interesting. Especially because lands can put a lot of permanents into play very quickly. So usually you don't necessarily usually have to sack your entire board to the Emrakul Annihilator trigger, just because of the sheer amount of permanents it can put into play with, like its Mox Diamonds and extra land drops from Exploration.
You know, one of my favorite combos from Modern, I was talking about it last round with one of my favorite combos is the Thopter Foundry Sword of the Meat combo.
Yeah.
And I've used that ability to instantly generate dudes to just stick them in the way and eat the Annihilator triggers, and it's just like, no, everything in the way, wall of Thopters. Which you can just imagine, like, the imagery there.
Alright, we got turn 1, Mox Diamond. Actually, we're just playing a turn 1 Loam off a Caracas and a Mox Diamond. Nathan's lands deck is very pretty, to say the least. Lots of foils, lots of specialty art cards, I could say.
I do like Nathan's.
Wow, we got a turn 2 Blood Moon from Justin. This is one of the very few cards in this matchup that does swing matchup into his favor. The lands deck primary win condition is making a Merit Lage. Now, this doesn't mean Nathan doesn't have an answer to this. The Sneak and Show decks are known for bringing in Blood Moon in this matchup, so he probably boarded for it. He's got Force of Vigors, and he's got a Crossing Grips in his sideboard. Probably have at least a couple copies of these in his sideboard to deal with this. He's actually checking his sideboard now. Don't see any of them in the sideboard, so probably in his deck, at least a couple copies, or that Blood Moon actually would steal it, because I did still see the Tireless Trackers in the sideboard, so we didn't board in the trackers, which you wouldn't in this matchup. It's not attrition base, it's just who makes their big monster first to attack. Alright, that Wooded Foothills is just going to be a mountain.
It's true, I'm a big fan of artifacts. So what option does he have here?
Yeah, so his outs are his Force of Vigors and his Crossing Grips out of his sideboard. Now, it is kind of an interesting effect that with Blood Moon and Dark Depths. Dark Depths does not get encounters when it enters the battlefield with the new ruling on Blood Moon. So as soon as if Nathan is ever able to remove the Blood Moon from play, Dark Depths automatically sacrifices itself to automatically make a Merit Lage. So you don't actually have to have the combo of with Thespian Stage to make a 2020.
So if you play it right, you can just drop Dark Depths, kill the Blood Moon, instantly 2020.
Correct. Now this is that being said, that is if he has the Crossing Grip, Justin has no time to respond, but Justin does play like Force of Will in his deck. It's very likely it got boarded out. Oh, we've got a sneaking attack here. Oh, and we've got an Emrakul. I'm going to say that's probably going to end the game here. That
15,
Emrakul
15,
is
yep.
attacking for 15, and he's got to sack his entire board. He's going to go to 5, but with no permanents in play, doubt he's got a chance here. I wouldn't be surprised if we just saw a concession Unless he's got a crop rotation, he can. I don't know what crop rotation does here though, due to the blood moon.
Pull that up real fast.
Okay, so we are crop rotating. Well, we're crop rotating the dark depths away. What? Getting. I'm sorry, I haven't played a lot of lands in my time. I know the deck very well because one of my testing buddies has the deck and plays it a lot.
I don't know what he could play.
Okay, so we get a Ghost Quarter, which is just a mountain. Okay, attack for 15. Sack all your permanents. I think I saw Justin has a cantrip in his hand too, so he's very likely to find another creature next turn just to kill him.
Oh. I don't think I see that card though.
Nathan's only got like 1 or 2 cards in it. He's got 1 card. I don't. Okay, we've got Ancient Tomb, which is a mountain. Oh, okay, so we just drew another Emrakul. Alright, so Justin wins. So the Karakas, he only has 1 in his deck, and it got sacrificed to the initial Emrakul attack.
Not to mention it can't be utilized. I was looking it up. I actually didn't know what Karakas was.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah,
So-
Karakas is a legendary land that returns target legendary creature to its owner's hand, which is another reason why the lands deck actually has game against the Sneak and Show deck, because this is a card that they can tutor up with
Crop rotation?
with crop rotation, and they can find it very easily with dredging life from the loam. But like I said, Blood Moon here was the deciding factor. So
Not much you can do against Blood Moon, especially.
yeah, we're actually getting to see him sideboard here. I'm curious. Like I said, I figured the Wren would come out. Spheres, Choke, Sphere. The Chandra came in, which I'm very interested about. Oh, did he not have a answer to the Blood Moon in his deck? I'd be very surprised if he didn't. He didn't. He only had the Thorn. So he actually was just dead to the Blood Moon. Oh, interesting. Okay, well, I don't know why he didn't just.
Sometimes you get countered. Maybe he didn't see it coming.
I guess he's not technically dead because of the one Chandra. Because he can just put lands in play, and then because all his lands tap for red, he can just cast the Chandra, and maybe that's good enough. But Chandra kills pretty quick, slowly. Like,
Yeah, he actually has Force of Vigor in his sideboard.
yeah, I'm pretty sure he has a Crossing Grip too, doesn't he? Yeah, he has 2 of them. So I don't know why he didn't bring them in.
I feel like he just didn't expect it.
Yeah, I guess not. In my experience, Sneak and Show usually has 2 to 3 Blood Moons in its sideboard. It's usually something that the lands deck should know to prepare for. I mean, maybe I don't know Nathan very well. I assume he's local to this area, so
He is. He's kind of one of the old guard type players
Gotcha.
from around here.
Gotcha. So
I don't know. Maybe it's because
maybe
he
he's
just
never
didn't.
played against Sneak and Show, or maybe he just doesn't know the sideboards very well.
Maybe he just
Forgot
because
about
he
it.
didn't see it in game 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's a thing. Like, it's not in the main deck usually of Sneak and Show. It's definitely a sideboard card. But it's one of those things, like, if in this particular build of lands where you have no out, your only win condition is attacking with Merit Liege, I feel like you should at least know to prepare for the Blood Moon. Does that make sense? Like, like I said, maybe he doesn't know that Sneak and Show normally boards Blood Moon, or I see them out there debating about it right now. I wonder if he just, like I said, I don't know if he didn't know to board for it, or maybe he was just saying, "Oh, Chandra, that's my out." I don't know.
Either way, this has been the first game that we actually went to 3 games in the round. So good on Nathan French for that one, and well played by both players. My good friend Dawson here has been my guest, my very knowledgeable guest for Legacy. Thank you for helping me navigate the chasms, as it were. If you stick with us, we'll be right back with round 5 of the Legacy 1K here at Nexus Esports. Until then, sit tight, have a sandwich, protect it, of course, and we will be right back. And we are back for the 5th and final round of the actual round robin here at the Nexus Esports Legacy 1K. I have with me now, I believe you were third round or second round? Second round.
Yeah, I was second round.
On camera.
I was
Noah
Sneak and Show.
Backery.
Close enough.
I spelled it right.
Hey, yeah, I'll take it.
But Noah Backery here. So Noah, you're familiar with these players?
Yeah, I know both of them, and I know one of them's in contingency for top 8 and the other is not. So it should be a good match.
Yep, on the left there, player A, we have Angel Martinez. He's going with 4-color Delver, which we've seen before, but the pilot makes the deck, right? And then over on the right, we have Albert Wong with, you know what?
He plays Ad Nauseam Tendrils, short for Ant, or Ant is short for Ad Nauseam Tendrils.
Yeah, there you go.
It's the Storm deck.
Yep. I'm loosely aware of this deck because one of the concepts when somebody was like Legacy, you have no idea, was they showed me a mono black deck that just kind of stormed out with tendrils.
Yeah, that's exactly what Albert's going to be wanting to do. He's going to want to cast 10 spells, the 10th being Tendrils of Agony, to instantly kill his opponent, whereas Angel's playing the attrition game, solely just wear him out while playing, really cheap and efficient threats.
I mean, that's what this 4-color Delver deck is, right?
Correct.
And actually, I have I have Angel's deck list here, and it does look very similar to what we've already seen, right? I've seen the Abrupt Decays, obviously the Force of Will and Daze, seeing the deck fixing, and of course I'm seeing Ren. So how useful is Ren in this setup?
Ren in this setup, I think its biggest use is going to be if Albert doesn't fetch up basics, he's just going to Wasteland lock him every single turn from the game as soon as he gets Ren online. The -1 ability to deal 1 damage I don't see being very useful, but just being able to draw a card, whether it just be a land every turn, seems pretty good. So what Albert's doing here with the Thoughtseize is he's going to look at Angel's hand, hopefully take the best card. And the reason why he's brainstorming here is to hide the best card in his hand, best cards. So normally you don't really want to be casting a brainstorm without having a fetch land. He could have a fetch land. He's still going to have to draw one of the 2 cards. But here he's going to be able to hide possibly his Force of Will, possibly something else, a threat. It doesn't look like he's a threat on the field, so he might need to be doing that.
Yeah, so I can definitely understand that. In fact, I was talking about that earlier, like the whole use of mechanics like Ponder and Brainstorm add a whole new dynamic to the use of fetch lands, I've always thought of there's very clutch cases where a shuffle saves the day. We had one of those cases last night in the playset series. Our champion, Robert Tupes, was in a game and literally was like, if I fetch now, I'm going to shuffle, and I just have a feeling like I'm going to get the answer I need. Sure enough, he fetched out, drew his card for beginning of turn. I can't remember what it was, but it was the exact answer he needed, and it just went, and you're out.
Better lucky than good.
Yep, better lucky than good. Sometimes the stars line up, and that's what we're here for.
Oh, yeah. What's interesting that just happened a moment ago, after he had brainstormed, with that same land, he only had 1 land. He dazed the Thoughtseize. Therefore, he didn't, even though he did hide his best cards, he still was able to counter the Thoughtseize. So he's still concealing all the information in his hand.
Is it possible that he was actually looking for cards to use to grab a Force of Will? Is it possible that he didn't have the Force of Will? Or sorry, not Force of Will, but Daze?
Sure. Yeah, that's another thing. It's like, he could have just originally been trying to hide some of the best cards in his hand, Force of Will, leaving the blue cards, and then so he doesn't take it. And then he just happened to find the Daze, so it sets him back on tempo, but he gets the concealed information.
And what is that card coming out right now?
From Albert, that's Duress. It's a lot like Thoughtseize. The major difference is he's not able to take a creature. So what I see there is a Dreadhorde Arcanist, a Tarmogoyf, and a True Name Nemesis. Those 3 he wouldn't be able to take. His options are Force of Will and Ponder. I imagine he's going to take the Force of Will, but Albert likes the next level, so he could be taking something else. There is an argument to take the Ponder, but I imagine he's going to take the Force here.
Force of Will opens up his own play, while Ponder limits his opponent's ability to stack the deck and decide his next couple turns.
Correct. Yep.
There's an argument for both.
So now if Albert has it right now, he can just win because we know Angel is has no interaction at the moment. Hands down.
I like that. Are you good here? Do you have all the information you want? I'm gonna pick it up.
Yeah, because information is really important specifically for the Storm deck.
Everybody has a different flavor, right? Some people they like to take revealed cards that you already know what it is, and they just set it to the side. I'm now playing that part of my hand revealed. Some people like to be like, hey, you want to write this down? Yeah, sure, I'll write it down. Right? And some people do like, here, do you see it? I see it. Okay, good, mine.
I think it's definitely courteous to your opponent to make sure that they're fully done looking at your hand before you pick it back up.
Manners really makes this game, which is a competitive game of bloodlust and victimization, into a very much gentleman's game. Just because we're murdering each other doesn't mean we can't be nice about it.
Oh yeah. Let's see. So he's getting the second land. I'm sure there's a reason he may have drawn a card here.
By the way, what was that card that you played last turn? This one right here.
That's Preordain. It's another one of the cantrips.
Yeah.
Instead of looking at 3 with Ponder, you look at 2. You can put them on the top or the bottom, and draw a card.
Oh, hey, look, that's the artwork.
It's the one not restricted in Vintage. Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Then I was curious to why Angel wouldn't search up a green source to slam the Tarmogoyf and just put down a clock, because he still doesn't have a clock. But the Thoughtseize to disrupt Albert makes a lot of sense here to me. So he's going to take one of Albert's best cards. Generally, you're not going to take the Passing Flames. It's kind of where he wants it in the graveyard. If I had to guess here, I'd probably take the LED myself, the Lion's Eye Diamond, because it produces a lot of mana and allows him to discard his hand, which is really good with Infernal Tutor specifically. On the surface, yeah, it doesn't look very good. Why would you discard your hand?
No, I perfectly see that.
With Infernal Tutor specifically, it's very good. It's make your own Demonic Tutor plus Black Lotus. One of the hallmarks of this deck, it makes it really good. And he did end up taking the LED. That makes sense to me.
What's that mean? Activate only anytime you can only... Or activate this ability only anytime you can cast an instant. You can cast an instant anytime you have priority.
Yeah, it's just wording. Honestly, if you look at the old text versus the new text or Gather, they'll all probably say something slightly different. Just how Wizards words things.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking at the text for Reanimate earlier, actually, and just how over the top the explanation is, when it could have just been take creature, put it on battlefield, and attach to it.
I don't remember exactly which one, but it's one of the printings of Impulse. You know what Impulse does? It says look at the top 4, pick one of them, and then put the other 3 on the bottom, right? Mm-hmm. But one of the versions of Impulse says, take one, put the other 3 on the bottom, and then shuffle your library, which you're not supposed to do. But for whatever reason, whether it be an error or I guess I don't know the reasoning, but it does say shuffle your library afterwards, which you're not supposed to do.
Yeah, I mean,
so the cards don't always do what they tell you to do.
I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but Lord of the Dead, old zombie lord.
I do not know. I'm not familiar with the card.
Let me pull it up here, just so you don't see it.
Lord of the Dead. Okay.
So the original printing of this card didn't actually have the creature type zombie.
Oh.
It was a creature type lord, and it said zombies you control. So it was almost as if this wasn't affected by any zombie lording effects. So they had to errata it. It's now a zombie lord, and other zombies you control get the +1/+1.
Very similar to Lord of Atlantis, correct? I believe has a similar effect where some of the original legends didn't say their creature type, just said legend. Those were errated later. So at this point in the game, you can just see Albert is cantripping, is looking to find all the pieces he needs. I haven't seen Angel's hand, and we don't know. The big thing he's going to have is some kind of interaction, most likely a Force of Will. I haven't seen him play any creatures yet, which, is going to be really bad eventually if Albert's just going to be drawing cards, cantripping every turn, whereas with no pressure. All right, that's the card. It's not a lot of pressure, but Dreadhorde being able to draw him a bunch of cards or casting the Thoughtseize over, that's probably one of the best threats he could be playing right now, outside of just raw damage with something like Tarmogoyf.
Now, does Albert have an answer to the Dreadhorde?
Not main board. I'd be surprised to know if he has an answer to it sideboard either. I That's just not the axis that I think Albert wants to be playing on. It's more of, I'm going to play my 10 spells, take your counter magic away from you, and kill you on the spot. He doesn't really care what you're doing unless that what you're doing is actively stopping him.
What was that he just cast?
He casts a Dark Ritual.
Ah.
So he's trading 1 black mana for 3.
Yeah. Good old Darky.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like Modern could use maybe not Dark Ritual itself, but something like it.
There's some red rituals. I don't play a lot of Modern, but
Well, I specifically mean Dark Ritual because Black could use some acceleration at this point. Or poor Mono Black is kind of hurt.
I can only imagine a Modern where Dark Ritual is legal.
I said, maybe not Dark Ritual itself, but I don't know. 3 mana could only be spent on creatures.
So a new card, specifically a ritual new card.
Kind of like how they did Force of Negation. It's not Force of Will, but it's as close as Modern's ever going to get.
Which I really like the design of Force of Negation. I've been caught out by it a few times where I'm thinking I can cast it and then I can't because it's a creature, and I don't. It's rough every once in a while. For the most part, it's a great alternative to me. You'll even see a copy or two in Legacy sometimes.
Yeah, I know.
I think Angel actually has one. Let's see. He might play 1 main board, 1 sideboard, something like that. Let's see. I do not see a Force of Negation on the side. So in this matchup, it totally makes sense to me. It acts as a 5th Force of Will, which you want against the Storm deck. You want a fast clock and plenty of interaction to stop them.
Or was a cast trigger, right?
Yes. So, what do you mean by this, guys? Yeah. So your 10 spell being Tendrils of Agony, it'll trigger. You'll have 9
Even if you
copies.
counter the original spell, the Storm trigger still goes off, so all the copies still go through, right?
Correct. You could. The one thing you could be thinking of is a Stifle. So if Albert stormed to 10, the 10th spell being Tendrils of Agony, and Angel had a Stifle, which he doesn't, then the Storm trigger, the 9 other copies, would never be put on the stack.
So you get hit with the original spell, but not the others.
So you lose 2, you drain for 2, and at that point, Tendrils is not nearly as good.
Oh, what's that? Is that a...
That's a Cabal ritual.
Oh,
It's a
yeah,
lot like
the
Dark.
other. So, coming in from the store itself, Albert's actually basically undefeated this whole time. His only loss was he had to take a automatic loss in round 1 because he showed up late, and we had to work them in that way. We originally had 31 people. We actually have 34. Although we've had some drops, such as Noah yourself, right? What did you end up as?
I went 2-2 at the, or no, 1-3. I did not do very well today. I won my first one, and then I just crashed and burned all 3 of my matches.
You were super excited. I remember that.
I mean, I came to play Legacy. It's one of my favorite things to play. At the moment, I've been playing a lot of Vintage as well, which I don't know if we want to talk about what's going on in Vintage, but play a lot of Legacy. I have been for a while. I'm just always excited to get to playing paper. Today didn't go all the way far.
There it is, right? That's it?
That's Tendrils of Agony. So he cast 10 spells, possibly even more, put the Tendrils on the stack, and immediately killed him.
I think he had 9. I saw the dice reading 9. I saw
Okay.
a 5 and a 4, and I was like...
So then the reason why that one worked is because Angel's at 17, so 9 copies in total would do 18 damage, which is still plenty to kill him. Out of the sideboard, the other win con that we possibly could see from Albert, I'm not sure. Do we have his list somewhere?
We don't have Albert's list. We only have Angel's list.
Okay, so maybe...
Does he run a Flutterstorm?
Flusterstorm? He might have Flusterstorm in the...
I do not see it.
He has Force of Negation. I still think the Pyroblast are pretty good here.
That could help him. So he has a Surgical Traction in his sideboard. A properly hitting Thoughtseize, hitting a Tendrils, and then sending that straight to Oblivion with the Surgical Extraction on turn 1. I mean, it's 4 mana, but that's it, right?
Yeah, that could leave him win conless. But I'd be surprised to see Albert not playing at least one of Empty the Warrens as an alternate win con. It's also just really good against any of the Delver decks, just putting 8 to 10 goblins into play so you don't have to storm to 10. Usually get there. I'm really interested in seeing Collector's Oof. I believe it would stop both his LEDs and his Lotus Petals, and Angel's running one in the sideboard. I'll be curious to see if he brings that in.
That imagery, by the way, for Tendrils of Agony.
Oh, that's a great picture.
It almost looks like the dude who has healthy skin is somehow shooting tendrils out to attack the other one, but it's the other way around, right?
I'm not quite sure what's going on there. I really like the artwork on that card, and on Moto you can play it just fine. I'm not a huge fan of foils and paper, and that art only comes in foil and paper. I mean, say that, and I'm playing foil Gristlebrand's and foil Embercles, but those are not my cards. Those creatures are not my cards. I really like some of the artworks, some of the promo artworks. I'm just not a big fan of foils. Having to deal with the curling. What about you?
So my first rule, like whenever I come to the trading board, my first rule is I do not trade. Like, understand my wording. I don't trade foils.
Mm-hmm.
So if you present me with a card that I want that's in foil, do not expect me to trade for it as if it's a foil. I want it only as the card because I want its use.
Gotcha.
I don't care about the fact that it's foil, nor will I charge you foil, right? Now, like, if I have this thing that's only worth $3, but the foil's worth $20 for some stupid reason, I'm gonna trade for it like it's a $3 card.
Okay.
So that's just my rule. I do not trade for foil. I guess I mean, in and of itself, I don't usually go for the high end stuff anyway.
Yeah.
Like if I had infinite funds, infinite resources, I would have my own play set of Chalice of the Void, Mox Opals. I'd have my Fourth Ensnaring Bridge. I'd have all the artifacts that I ever wanted, right? But because I usually play Magic on something of a budget, it's like I'm going to get the cards that I need, and I'm only going to get them because I need them, not because I want them to look pretty.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I'll even take slightly, the slightly abused cards.
Yeah,
I'll give them a home.
I always like to think of I'd rather have more cards than fancy cards, premium cards. I would never pay twice as much, a lot more to get a foil, where I'd rather just have more cards, more decks, more options to play with. That's what I like to do, just play more decks, have more options.
Actually, I had an incident once where a bottle of some kind of like motor oil or something ruptured in my trunk of my car.
That's rough.
And then it got on one of my trade binders.
No.
And got on one of my pages. And about 6 of the cards on that page, fortunately none of them were like super valuable.
Okay.
But it stained them. They didn't look real anymore.
Oh.
They dried out, right? And they were playable, but they had this dark hue to them. And so people started thinking they were fake. And I was like, no, they're real. They're just damaged.
Have you ever seen, or do you know of anybody sun bleaching their cards? Do you know anything about that?
Mm-mm.
So, to practice, I think I've only seen a handful of Commander players. I haven't seen anybody do it outside of Commander. But what they'll do is they'll take, possibly their favorite card in a deck. If it's Doomsday, I knew someone specifically did Aetherflux Reservoir. And they'll tape it to a window that gets a lot of sun. And they'll just leave it there for, 6 months to a year. And it'll just bleach out all the color of the card. And especially if it's foil, it just looks, completely chrome. And it looks really nice. It's really interesting. I haven't seen very many cards like that, but it's pretty cool when you get to see them. You'll know it when you see it. How about that? Like, you see somebody with just like a chrome lightning bolt, you'll think it might be fake, but most likely what they did there was sun bleach it.
I like to think Wizards puts a lot of effort and time into coloring these cards for us.
Oh yeah, that's funny. And then somebody else just turns around and sticks it on the windshield of their car for like 6 months or so. Takes away all the color.
Speaking of actually just kind of drastically changing topics, but talking about things that Wizards has done for us. So they wrapped up this whole Nicol Bolas thing in the story, right? Did you read the book?
No, I don't pay much attention to Standard, but I paid a little bit of attention for War of the Spark because there was a lot of cards I cared about in the set.
So a friend of mine loaned me the book. I told him to try to get his money back.
Why, you just didn't like it?
The book was horrible.
It was horrible?
I trash-talked that book at every opportunity.
What I do know of the story is that, or spoiler alert, I suppose, if for anybody...
If you haven't read the book, don't read it.
The majority of what I know about the War of the Spark story is everyone gathered together to try and defeat Bolas, and in some fashion or the other, Gideon had to sacrifice himself to save Liliana, and somehow they defeated Nicol Bolas by, I believe it was, Ugin has trapped Nicol Bolas with him in some realm of some sort where neither of them can escape, but they're staying there together.
That's a pretty good general understanding.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot of complicated stuff, and honestly, poorly written like bad guy-ness to Nicobolus. Like the big brain art, like the big brain like whole scheme ended up being almost like God. Do you ever play D&D?
I had a very short campaign years and years ago, but I barely knew. I had to like be babies.
If you're familiar with the term God modding, if that's what the author feels like he did to Nicobolus, like they couldn't figure out what was the big scheme. So they're like, surprise, there's this thing that we haven't talked about, haven't hinted at, no allusions to, that's his scheme.
Too complicated, we don't even have to explain why.
Yeah.
It's like,
so immediately
so
in, that
far.
was a... What was that?
you talking what Angel played?
Yeah.
That was a Ponder. There's just 2 or 3, or there's 3 arts of Ponder. There's the
Looking like
Lorwyn, I don't remember where the other one's from, and then there's the full art Ponder, that's the Lorwyn one.
Did you like the throwback that was Ponder Mage?
Oh yeah, that was really
That
fun.
actually has him casting
Yeah,
Ponder?
yeah, I think the flavor of that card and the flavor of a few cards like that were really cool in the set. I don't see it seen playing something like Legacy. I don't even know if it's being played in Modern or Standard. I don't pay much
Like,
to.
just to get to that point isn't worth it, but even if you did, you'd have to have
It's
some kind of
cool.
like bounce mechanic to abuse it, and it's just like, it's not worth it.
Is it a common? Could they play it in Pauper? It's probably not a common, is it?
It is a common.
Is it a common?
It is a common.
I could see what Pauper playing it with something like Ghostly Flicker and what is it, Momonic Wall, or that let you loop a few times. I guess I could see some big Tron deck doing something like that. They're already doing that with Mold Drifter, which is probably better, but it's food for thought, something interesting. So Albert duressed Angel and took his surgical extraction. That's one of the best pieces of interaction that Angel can have, just because Albert spends all this time and resource by setting up his storm combo by Dark Ritual, LED, Infernal Tutor, go get the Passion Flames. They use Surgical, the Dark Rituals, or the Infernal Tutor even, and just he has no way of either creating enough storm and mana to win, or having no way to go and get the.
Yeah, and that definitely limits Angel's ability, because we were talking about it before, right? The play would have been Thoughtseize, hit the tendrils early, surgical it, and leave Albert, win conditionless. And so it definitely has taken away a little bit of that. If Angel doesn't have he only has 2 surgicals.
Yeah, the cool thing is he has Dreadhorde Arcanist, and I doubt he wants to hit the duress. He might, but not even taking away the tendrils, if you can take away one of their big engine pieces like LED or Dark Ritual, it's going to be much harder for Albert to win. He can still do it. Trust, I've seen him do it a few times, or he'll get out of some pretty sticky situations, but it will make it a lot harder for him.
There's the Ponder.
Oh, I didn't realize. He did have the Ponder. That makes a lot of sense. He's going to attack with Dreadhorde, cast the Ponder for free, improve his hand. At some point, he can also cast that Surgical, like we were saying. I don't think hitting Duress or possibly even the land is a good enough target, but if Albert plays a Dark Ritual and doesn't win that turn, or LED and then doesn't have a way to play around the Force of Will, then Angel can really punish him by taking away one of his engine pieces, winning the game with running away with the game with the Dreadhorde. It's gonna draw him a bunch of cards. It's already drawing him one off a Ponder. The rest of their hand. Trying to see what else they have. I haven't seen a Ren come out this game. How many is he playing? It's 3 Rens. I'd be surprised if he takes them out here. Just drawing a card every turn is probably good enough, but it depends on the amount of slots that he's taking out. Lightning Bolt, I don't imagine he's keeping any of those in. The Abrupt Decays, I can't imagine he's keeping those in. Wasteland, you're not touching your lands, so I imagine he probably took out some number, if not all of the bolts and Abrupt Decays for some Pyroblasts, Surgical Extractions. I don't know. Force of Negation is great, and Collector's Oof. So, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So it's about an even match. You leave in 1 bolt and bring in those 6 cards. I might be missing something else that I didn't think of that he might want.
I apologize there.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about Dreadhorde Arcanist earlier, and like I was surprised that it didn't see play in Modern. I guess it might have seen some play in Standard. I don't pay attention to Standard, but like I thought this card was going to be really good, and then the only place I'm seeing it is Legacy.
Oh, it's pretty good in Vintage too. I
Well,
promise you that.
I imagine so.
It's extra recall twice. Pretty great. As far as Modern and Standard, I don't believe Standard's playing it at all. I've heard of a few lists in Modern playing it, but I think Hogak into, a big shakeup into, I don't know what's good in Modern at the moment. But if I was looking at some of the Pro Tour results, or what is it, Mythic Championship? Honestly, I don't know what it's called. I think there was 60 or an 80% conversion rate as far as the new Hogak decks. They went from a graveyard-centric deck to just an aggressive Hogak beat you down with carrion feeders, or milling themselves with carrion feeders and getting the Hogaks out really quickly. Seems pretty good. I think it would be funny if Wizards looks back a few months from now and then realizes they banned the wrong card from it. But I think Bridge from Below definitely hinders the design space of what they can and can't make. But
I felt like with all the graveyard that exists in the game, why did we need to ban Bridge from Below in this? It seems to me that banning Bridge to Below wasn't the correct answer, because the deck itself is working just on a different level. In fact, you've actually made it so that Graveyard Hate isn't the answer now.
Yeah.
And it's just like, Wizards, please?
Yeah, honestly, time will tell. I think they're still developing the new Hogak deck as they were still developing the old Hogak deck. But I think what's safe to say is, for now at least, that Hogak will be a player in Modern. Seen it in a few lists in other formats. I haven't seen it in Standard, but honestly, I don't know too much about Standard. I can't speak to it as much. Do you play some Standard? Or?
I don't play Standard.
Okay.
I don't play Standard. I can kind of try to keep up with it, but it changes so fast. Imagine being on a merry-go-round attached with jet engines.
Oh yeah, I can see that. Ooh, there's the oof. That was one of the cards that I was really hoping that he'd bring in. And I hope we get to see.
What?
The reason why it's important, well, it's 2 damage, right? So now he's increased his clock to 3 damage per turn. But what the oof is going to do is he's going to turn off both of his LEDs and his Lotus Petals, right? So
Hold on, what is it though?
It's a 2/2. I believe the creature type is oof. Spelled a little differently.
Wait, is that the Stony Silence, but that's green?
Yeah, yes, it's a Stony Silence on a creature. Yeah. So that's going to turn off both his LEDs and Lotus Petals. So make your own dark demonic tutor plus Black Lotuses.
I know what it is. I just can't remember what it's called. It's a 0/2, right?
No, it's a 2/2. So
2/2.
so it's a pretty nice clock at the same time. Now he has 3 power on board. He's gonna be hitting him for 3 a turn. He's shutting off the angle of your petals and your LEDs aren't working. He still has that surgical in the yard if it comes to it, where he's able to hit something like a Dark Ritual or a Cabal Ritual. I'm pretty sure at that point Albert's not going to have any way winning from there. Unless he's able to either remove or deal with the Collector's Oof. I'd be surprised if he plays... I could see him playing either a Abrupt Decay or an Echoing Truth. I think Abrupt Decay is much more likely here if he's playing it or if he brought it in at all. Right there.
Collector Oofy.
That card is great. Probably, I don't know if he expected it or not, but I guarantee you Albert is not happy to see it. Dark Ritual. Oh, he's going for it still. So I think this turn's going to be really important because Angel, if he gets to untap, is going to be able to attack with Dreadhorde and take his Dark Rituals away if he makes it to his next turn. And right now, Albert has to fight through an Oof plus whatever Angel has in his hand. He is tapped out, so permission like Pyroblast, Spell Pierce, Flusterstorm is not happening, but something, Force of Will, Force of Negation, stuff like that. I like this play. You never know what you need to force on the Storm deck until it's too late, but getting rid of this Dark Ritual saying you have to win. I don't know if he played his land drop this turn, but saying you have to win this turn or else I'm taking away your Dark Ritual and you're going to have a problem. I think this is a really good play. Bluster. Okay. See, Albert also knows this is important because he's fighting over it. Bluster Storm, just a really good, soft permission, sure, but something like this where he's tapped out, if he's able to counter that Force of Will, he'll continue to go off. I think Albert's in a really good position to win this turn.
Looks like the Dark Ritual is going to resolve.
That's what it looks like.
3
So
spells cast.
I believe that's the black mana.
Oh, you're right.
See, second Dark Ritual. Imagine if that first Dark Ritual didn't resolve. He doesn't, I believe he played his land drop. He doesn't have another black source this turn, and his Dark Ritual, both in his graveyard and the one in his hand, would have been taken away with that Dreadhorde Arcanist. We don't know.
Storm counts all spells cast turn, not just spells you cast.
That is correct. So Angel playing the Force Will adds to the Storm count.
Okay, so what's that?
So what do we have? We have 2 Dark Rituals and a Flusterstorm from Albert, and a Force Will from Angel. The Cabal Ritual, and now an LED. What is that? 4, 5. I believe the Storm count is now 6. Unless I'm missing something. 3, 4, 5. 5 from Albert. 2 from Angel. Now, or 1 from Angel. Now a second one from Angel. Hitting these Dark Rituals, I think, is what's going to win Angel this game if he can get through it this turn. Because without, I don't know if we see any other cards in Albert's hand, but without a bunch of Cabal Rituals, and he has the Dark Petition, which works around or not needing the LED, but we just went from Albert being fully in control of the game, if that spell, to Angel digging his way out with the Surgical. And I believe Albert's hand is the, what is that? The Dark Petition. Was that a Cabal Ritual put on the stack? You know?
I think so.
So we don't know how much mana Albert has, but I don't see any other cards. I don't see his hand being a hidden zone. I'm not going to count him out, but I think Angel's in a really good spot not to lose this turn, which then puts him in a really good spot to take complete control of the game next turn. Looks like players are discussing storm count and mana count. It's going to be really important here because it's going to come right down to the wire of if Albert has enough to win this turn or not. Because if Angel gets to his next turn, I don't see Albert winning this game anymore. Did he have enough storm count?
I don't know. I mean,
or is he gaining life?
I do know that Angel lost a little.
Oh, okay. Yep. So he still had enough mana and storm count. Angel did add to that, which probably helped as far as enough storm count to kill him with the tendrils.
And not to mention, I think he actually lost 4 life from his own spells.
Oh,
Force of Will and the.
Yeah, he paying the life could have put him. I don't know what the storm count there is. We could go back and check exactly the storm count. But
I think it ended up being 6 or 7.
7. If it's 7 and then tendrils being the 8th spell that gets there, if those life totals are accurate at 15.
I think he actually was at 13 life because I didn't see him reduce his life after he cast Surgical.
Okay, yeah, 13, 7 being the last thing would have been enough, or which was definitely enough. I believe they're discussing lines on how Angel could have gotten out of that turn. And I mean, like I was saying, you just never know what to counter out of the Storm deck until you don't know their hand. They know your hand through the Thought Seizes and discard, but sometimes
I don't think there was a better play. Like, it literally just came down to the fact that Albert had the answers. Like, he couldn't Surgical the Dark Ritual any faster.
Yeah.
He would have cast Surgical and have been in response.
Yep.
Dark Ritual. And like, yep, I still get the resolution. It still's going to happen. Still going to gain all that extra mana, and the cast trigger plus all the extra stuff. Now, like, The only possibility is if he didn't cast anything, Albert might not have had enough storm counters to deal enough damage to Angel. He might have lived with a life or two.
Yeah, that's something I definitely want to ask one of them because they'll know exactly what was said in the players' hands and what they themselves probably can determine a way where Angel could have survived that turn. But from this point of view, I can't tell exactly what he would have had to do. I really like that Albert brought in the the Summer's Veil or Veil of Summer. As far as new cards put into Storm, that's one of the most recent ones, and I really like it. I don't know if it's going to make Storm great, and bring it back from. I haven't seen people play it a bunch in recent times, but I like the card, and I think it definitely needs to see play in at least Storm.
Well, I think that's going to wrap up round 5 here, which should wrap up the round robin. The rest of the games on the floor seem to be entering their final phases. So with 13 minutes left in the round, this should be the conclusion. We'll get back with the top 8 and, hopefully get some actual rounds and not a 8-way split. I heard that some of the players that are already kind of slated for the top 8 are very much about the contest, so I'm looking forward to that.
Very good.
Noah, thank you for being my special guest this round.
Thank you.
And maybe possibly, if you're still around, I might ask you to come on by again. Other than that,
Love to do it.
thank you for being with us here at the first 5 round robin rounds here at the Nexus Esports Legacy 1K. Once again, Nexus Esports located on the corner of 6th and Columbus in historic downtown Waco. Come by and see us anytime. Stay with us and we'll be right back. Hold on.
This, for the record, this has got to be the coolest tournament center I've ever gotten to play Legacy at. Just want to say it's one of the coolest. You have all the machines and everything else around while we're getting to play one of my favorite formats. I think it's really cool. I'm glad that y'all had the event.
Thank you. We're glad to have you.
Hello, and we are back with the final, the exhibition match for the top 8 here at the Nexus Legacy 1K, and we are joining the game in progress. The top seats, Jet Pinkard versus Justin Cho, Punishing Zoo versus Sneakin' Show.
Yeah.
And I did not mean to rhyme that way, but I did. So with me, I have one of the other top 8
Contenders. Contestants.
William Buck.
Yes.
What were you playing, William?
I played 4-color Loam today. Did pretty decent. Lost round 1 and then won the rest of the 4 rounds.
Which is why you're in the top 8.
Yeah.
So, explanation, everyone out there. The top 8 decided to do an 8-way split.
Yeah.
I can't say I necessarily blame them. It's been a long day. We started on time, basically, at 12.
Pretty close to it.
And it is 5:30.
Yeah.
This has been a long tournament. And the idea of doing 3 more rounds would be pretty hellacious. But, yeah, so gonna get right here into the game. That's a noble hierarchy.
Yeah, it looks like the first thing that happened was that Green Sun Zenith got countered by Force of Will, with a Cunning Wish being pitched.
Is Green Sun still banned in Modern, or did they unban that finally?
It's still banned in Modern. Yeah, I mean it kind of needs to be banned in Modern. The card's kind of ridiculous. Does look like we had an Intuition that got cast. Intuition got 3 Omniscience. Obviously, one of the Omniscience was a hand.
Intuition, you said?
Yeah, Intuition.
Intuition. What's this?
Search your card for up to 3 cards, and your opponent chooses one of the 3. So the way it works most of the time in Legacy is the person.
Yeah. Now
the
he's
person
gonna show and
Intuition.
tell and try to reveal the omniscience, right?
Yeah. And
Oh.
yeah.
What is that?
Unfortunately, Omniscience basically you get to cast whatever you want.
Yeah, then he just
Brainstorm.
casts the Emrakul.
Well,
or
that's
whatever
it. He
he
doesn't
wants.
have an Emrakul right now. Right now, it looks like he just brainstormed. But yeah.
What is that he just countered with?
No, he didn't counter. He didn't counter anything. He just cast brainstorm, and is drawing. He just drew 3
he
cards.
didn't have the win in his hand, so
No.
he was looking for it.
Yeah. So it looks like he doesn't actually have anything to follow it up with, and
Just kind of go ahead and
he
sneak
is,
attack out.
Yeah, he is brainstorm locked right now, so he probably has about 2 turns before he can like draw anything. Which sometimes that's a problem with Sneak and Show. Sometimes it just doesn't.
I think that's the first time I've seen it fail like on its own all game though.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy. There's Ren 6.
Yeah. We get the Wasteland back. So I mean, Wasteland's not really that good when all your spells are free. For being honest.
I mean, it's going to come down to whether or not Jet can answer that.
Well, I think it's actually going to come down to whether or not Jet can race before he draws something. So, yeah. Yeah, one more dead card. He takes 3 next turn. We've got to hope that the next card is actually something good.
Oh, tension. Oh, by the way, my other voice in the background here, could you introduce yourself?
Hey guys, I'm Matt Basquette. I'm from Dallas.
Okay.
I did not do well in the tournament.
He's just in the car with me on the way home, so he's gotta wait around for a bit.
Hey, you know, when it comes to any competitive game, we were talking about it last night. In order for there to be winners,
Gotta be losers.
Try to make you look good, Will.
Yeah.
but on the bright side,
I mean,
you know,
I think I do that myself.
at least y'all played, right? Like I didn't play. I was just sitting in this booth all day.
Joe is probably.
Yeah, Cho's definitely dead. He has to have something right now.
You know, I was thinking he was gonna answer. Just no, screw it. We're just gonna beat you to death.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What is this guy right here?
Which card? Oh, that is a Knight of the Reliquary?
Oh yeah, another real quick. That guy.
Yeah. But
Wow.
quick game 1. That's kind of how,
Like,
Maverick is trying to be Omniscience.
Everything happened for Cho. He just didn't get.
Anything to follow it up with?
Man.
Well, I bet Cho is feeling pretty. He was the one who didn't want to split, and we talked him into it, and hopefully Jet runs him over. I personally,
Savage.
yeah, I'd much rather. I love Maverick is such a good deck, and so akin to 4-color Loam that I play. So.
Why is it called Punishing Zoo?
Well, it's a zoo deck. Basically, the original deck played a bunch of like tiny creatures. So it played like, what's the gorilla? Curd Ape, Wild Nicottle, so Tarmogoyf, Loam Lion. So it basically plays a bunch of creatures that you're gonna find in a zoo. So it's called Zoo, and it's obviously had several different iterations throughout the years, but it's usually a Naya deck, so a green white blue deck, or green white red deck that plays You know, plays
High economy creatures.
Yeah, creatures that are like 1 mana 3/3s and 1 mana 1/2s that get bigger and stuff.
2 mana 5/6.
Yeah, 2 mana 5/6s and.
It's great with the advent of Ren and 6. It like really format. You get a lot of like decks that were good at one time that kind of fell off the radar.
Yeah.
This Ren and 6 card is just like fantastic. Deck was not considered a deck that was on anybody's radar until Ren and 6.
Yeah.
I believe it won a tournament last week. Pretty good tech and a pretty good deck.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Jet was in the top 8.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he was the overall 1 seed, but
And it looks like if we're looking at it, he's in his sideboard. He's got Grook Relentless, Ren and 6, Pyroblast, Choke, Stalia, Surgical Extraction, Gaddock Teague, Collector Oof, and Knight of Autumn. So most likely he's probably going to bring in some good cards. You know, some Knight of Autumns. You know, a couple Pyroblasts, stuff like that.
Knight of Autumn is that one from Guilds of Ravnica, right?
I think so, but it's the 3 mana 2/1 that has 3 modes where you can either destroy an artifact, or enchantment, gain 4 life, and then put 2+1/+1 counters on it. So it's you just put it into play when they cast Show and Tell. And then if they don't have Omniscience, then you get to you basically get to blow it up immediately. You blow it up immediately if they have Omniscience, and then they have to have the Cunning Wish, which Cho is playing the Cunning Wish version today. Yeah, he's playing 3 Cunning Wish.
I can confirm he's.
Cho's been on this deck for years at this point.
Yeah.
Both of these guys are up from Dallas, where we're from. So
I'm actually really happy to get people so far from out of town.
Yeah.
You know, all our local contenders
Yeah.
that play Legacy, we're all like, we never have Legacy content, but look at this.
yeah, we actually have it sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, we have people from Austin, we have people from
Dallas,
yeah. And I think we had somebody. No.
Yeah, there were 14 people that came up from our local store.
I'm glad you guys came.
Yeah, it's not too terrible to drive, and then you can check stop like 10 minutes. So it's just, even if you scrub out of the tournament, you still get check stop.
Yeah, I'm actually excited. I've never had check stop.
So I'm actually from West.
Oh yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah. I went all the way around the world with the Navy and came back home just for check
Just
stop.
for check stop, yeah.
Definitely worth it, right?
I have made many trips to San Antonio, and it involves double stops, one on the way down, one on the way back. So you notice with Joe's deck, what's he bringing? What is he bringing in?
I mean, I think Cho's probably. I mean, there's a possibility he could be bringing like Blood Moons because occasionally Maverick only plays like 3 basics maybe.
Yeah.
It plays 2 Forest and 1 Plains.
Yeah.
So I mean, he could possibly bring in the Brainstorm, the Blood Moons, and then maybe Surgical Extraction, but most likely. I mean, if we're being honest, this matchup is in Sneak and Cho's favor. And so it's going to be a little like he's not going to bring in a whole lot. Plus, a lot of his board cards are cards for the Cunning Wish sideboard. I mean, so like the only actual cards I think he has is Beseiju, Grafdigger's Cage, 2 Blood Moons, Surgical Extraction, Fluster Storm, and then pretty much everything else is going to be for the combo if he's trying to kill through Cunning Wish. Yeah, there's also I also saw this Grafdigger's Cage. He could probably bring that in because it does stop him from being able to green Sun Zenith for a Gaddock Teague.
Sure, yeah.
Any of these like turn 1 cards to speed him up. I mean, what Jet is really looking for right here is he's really looking for going to be a Thalia, a Kusali Pride Mage. One of those cards pretty early so that he can blow up the Omniscience, and then the Thalia can slow down the combo.
Fast. What is this
Yeah,
card?
it looks like they got started, and it is a Grafdigger's Cage, which he brought in, followed by a Volcanic and a Lotus Petal.
That's a great play because you mentioned the Green Sun Zenith,
Yeah.
and one of the cards like Gaddock Teague.
And he's running out this Lotus Petal just in case Thalia does get played on turn 2, and he doesn't have the turn 2 win, or the turn 2 Omniscience or Show and Tell. That being said, this deck also does play a Caracas, so he's looking for the Caracas to possibly bounce one of the cards, but as we can see, the Blood Moon did get brought in here. And he's going to fetch most likely for basic Forest or Plains. It might be the Plains just so he can run out. Depends on what his hand is. Unfortunately, right now, I can't see what's in it.
One day we will get hand cams.
Yeah, but no, he is going to get the basic Forest. He might already have the basic Plains, but the Forest does make it so that he does get to run out some of his other cards. not as not the cards that are going to be disrupting the game.
It also helps him unlock his mana a little bit with mana door.
That's very he'll get to play the hierarchs. Also, like green is the card that you need for a lot of the the cards that blow stuff up. Looks like Jet's just thinking right. Round E. Yeah. Yeah, and he's gonna play the Tarmogoyf. So he might have gotten the forest just because he has the Tarmogoyf. And maybe he's hoping for a whenever the Omniscience does get played.
I mean, right now there is a land and an artifact.
Yeah, that again, that's the Grafdigger's Cage in the Blood Moon.
Ponder.
Yeah. Artifact creature, sorcery. Sorry, artifact land. I don't know how to read.
You know, Goyf got hit so hard in Modern when Fatal Push got printed.
Oh.
Just
Yeah.
punished it.
Yeah, it took a pretty big outtake on Legacy.
Yeah, it actually, because of the Ren and 6, it's starting to see a little bit more play. Because it is just a big, it's a big beater, and vanilla creatures are always, Tarmogoyf's just a good card.
Get the grape.
So speaking of Blood Moons, Choke is on the other side of the battlefield, and that card's, we're just nobody wants to actually play Magic. So the island is going to stay tapped, and then he's got 2 mountains, and so he's going to have to draw another island before the stone.
What is that?
Choke. Choke is a 3-mana enchantment that says islands do not untap.
Pretty powerful card, especially in these matchups where Joe is essentially playing a mono blue. And we have red, but the red is for splash.
The red is for 1 card in the main board basically, and then Pyroblast in the board. But and then I think Jet might be able to squeeze this in here.
There's a bolt.
Yeah. Is that a bolt?
Yeah. Wait.
Oh yeah, no, 4 lightning bolts are in this deck. I didn't even realize he's got 4. So it looks very similar to a Maverick deck, but it is playing a lot more aggressive. So it is playing 4 Wild Nicottles, 4 Tarmogoyfs, and then 4 lightning bolts, 2 chain lightnings, and then still has the punishing fire, Maverick.
That's a lot of damage coming through.
Yeah.
It is. Basically,
Cho has 1 or 2 more turns to actually be able to clear this game. Oh no, he's going down to 4.
Praying that he draws an island off the top of his
That being said, if Cho has a show and tell omniscience, like he could just win the game.
Surgical. Lotus Petal.
Yeah. I think the surgical was on the
Ponder.
was on the Ponder.
Okay.
I'm a little surprised that if we'd hit the Lotus Petal, it might have pretty much done the same thing. But he might have done this so that he gets to see it. It looks like we do have a Cunning Wish, Show and Tell, and a Brainstorm. So again, like I said, if he did draw the island, he would have to draw island on Omniscience. I'm pretty sure that he's just dead right now.
Oh, what was his next draw? I wanted to see it. Come on, Jet. Oh well.
No, it's just gonna get
away,
shuffled.
Yeah. It has too much power on board. Cho can't.
And the only actual mass removal that he has is a Kozilek's Return in the sideboard, which again most likely he's not going to draw. He's not going to bring in. And again, Kozilek's Return's not going to deal with either of the creature in the field. Well, the Nicottle is only 1/1 right. It's a 2/2 right now. So 4 is plus the basic mountains or the non-basic mountain.
Come up.
And Joe's picking up. Yeah.
Oh, well done by Jet. What an aggressive deck.
I mean, the deck is very aggressive. It's still pretty mid-rangey. It's but it's on your faster end. It could have these absolute nuts draws where it just goes turn 1 4 display a Wild Nicottle, untap, play plateau, and then double noble and a Mother of Runes, and then he's gonna be
I just don't think Cho I don't think there was any other option. I just don't think Cho got enough use out of the Blood Moon.
I mean, I agree, but I think a big part of it was he would have been fine. He would have still been able to cast his Brainstorms and stuff like that. I think the Blood Moon was still a card you wanted to bring in, especially since you do have a couple dead cards in the matchup. If we're being honest, if we're looking at this. Boseiju is not a card that you want in this matchup because Jet doesn't play any counter spells. You definitely aren't gonna
He
want.
does have Pyroblast.
I mean, he does have Pyroblast, but like that's kind of like
I watched him
and then he
Pyroblast
does have
on the
Fluster
evolution
Storms. Yeah, that's fair.
tournament.
Then he does have Fluster Storm, Spell Pierce. You know, those kind of cards. Those aren't necessarily going to be great in this predominantly creature-based deck. Yeah, I mean, this deck was playing 20 creatures in the deck and only 10 non-creature spells. So
Very aggressive strategy,
Mhm.
and like it did very well again.
yeah,
So
no, I this is the first time I think Jet's ever actually played the deck. Played this version of the deck. He normally plays Maverick.
I believe he played it on.
Yeah.
But, yeah, we were talking a little bit, and list that one not have a sorcery in it, so that talked about chain lightnings and help grow
yeah,
the Goyf.
Yeah, does it actually have artifacts as well to grow the Goyf, or is it just hoping its opponents have? It does not look like it has them. It does have the Planeswalker, it does have the enchantment.
I mean, Goyf's still going to be a 5/6.
Yeah, on average it's gonna be a 5/6. You know, maybe at minimum a 4/5.
Still pretty good for a 2-mana threat.
Mm-hmm.
Goyf is back, baby.
Overall, though, a really good little exhibition match there between Jet and Justin. And overall, I'd say it was a pretty good tournament. I mean, as a top eighter, what do you have to say?
It was a good tournament. It was fun.
I didn't win, but I certainly had a lot of fun with cards, especially when you come play Legacy for a chance to win some cash.
Yeah, I mean,
What
most.
more can you ask?
Yeah, I mean, especially in the area, there are only so many legacy players in the area. Like even the guys from Austin, it was always good seeing them.
Sometimes you have to go a little bit far from it.
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes you do have to go a little far to be able to.
Hopefully we can try to do another event similar to this. I mean, it is our intention to run this level of tournament on maybe a monthly basis. But it's good to hear that y'all had a good experience.
Mm-hmm.
And we would love to see y'all back sometime if you're ever in the area or if you just want to make it for one of our tournaments.
Yeah. Well, we'll be happy to do that.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This has been the Nexus Esports 1K Legacy Tournament. The final results is the top 8 contenders have taken an 8-way split. And for your viewing pleasure, this last round has been an exhibition match between Jep Pinkard and Justin Show, the number 1 and 2 seat for the tournament. My co-casters here, Will Buck, and I'm sorry?
Matt Bascat.
Yeah, Matt Basket. So thank you guys for being with us. Thank you for attending. And thank you viewers for watching. Catch us next time here at Nexus Esports. And of course, without further ado, we're going to actually cut to an interview here with Jet Pinkard, who just won the exhibition match and was the top seat for the top 8. Jet?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, so, let's start with the basics here. How'd you feel about the tournament today?
I felt pretty good. I usually play like a Maverick deck, but with Rin and 6 kind of taking over the format. You can't really play like the 1 toughness guys like Mother of Runes and Thalia. So I kind of switched up to a Zoo style deck. Took those cards out, added Tarmogoyf and Wild Nacatl, and basically just tried to kill people as fast as I could, And
I mean, we saw it work.
Yeah.
Jesus, okay, let's talk about that game 1 for that exhibition match there. Because I haven't actually had you on camera all day. But let's talk about that exhibition match. First off, you saw the show and tell, you saw the omniscience. How many bullets did you sweat at that point?
I mean, basically, once they resolve that, I'm dead to any payoff. So there's nothing I can really do. It's a bad matchup, so I just have to try to put as much power on the board as possible and hope because he had to force an early Green Sun Zenith, because he was afraid I would get Gaddock Teague or some other one of my hosers game one that can stop him from executing some of his combo. So he was scared of that, so he had to force it, and he had to use Cunning Wish, which is one of his. If he still had the Cunning Wish in his hand, he would have been able to win right there because he could have just Cunning Wished off the Omniscience to get Emrakul and win the game. So there, try to tax him is basically what I was doing game one, and then hope my aggression, gives me enough speed to win before he can find something to win with.
Yeah, so he hits the brainstorm, sees nothing. You see him put 2 cards on the top and pass turn. You're like, okay, I got 2 turns.
Right. Yeah. That's basically what happened. Yeah, and I just attacked and hope he didn't draw anything. And he didn't.
I'll be honest, I didn't even realize how low he was going in that section. I was like, oh man, he only has 1 turn. Wait, holy crap, he's only at 5 life.
Yeah.
Oh, you got this.
Yeah.
Turned it sideways.
He was brainstorm locked at that point. I had 7 power on the board, and he knew what his next 2 draws were. He knew he didn't have anything, so he was. Once that brainstorm didn't have anything,
All right, so some of the other games you've played, tell me about them. Like, what was the most challenging matchup you had today?
The one. So I mostly played against Delver type strategies twice, which is really what the deck I'm kind of set up to beat. The other decks with the 2 and the stuff that the decks that have a bunch of creatures that die to Punishing Fire and Bolt and Storms. The deck I lost to was kind of a deck similar to mine. It was like Punishing Jund. He was just playing black instead of white, but he had a lot of the same cards. And that was the most difficult match, obviously, because I lost. But he just wastelanded all my red sources, and he had him to Turok to strip me of any kind of cards I had in my hand. And then also played against Storm in the last round, which is pretty bad matchup, but I was able to Green Sun Zenith on turn 2, game 1, to get Gaddock Teague into play. And in game 1, Storm can't win through that card. They all their cards cost 4 mana that they're using to win. We just had to scoop up at that. And then, after sideboard, I just brought in those hate cards. You saw Chokes, Pyroblast, Surgicals, and he kind of went all in on, the combo, and I was able to Surgical a key piece in the graveyard before his Passing Flames resolved, and he was able to continue the combo. And again, all those games, I just had 7, 10 power on the board, so they really don't have a lot of time to recover.
Of course. So, I don't know, what is your experience coming down to Waco today?
Experience with Legacy, or just how,
Experience with coming to this particular tournament, this particular venue.
Yeah, I've been here to Nexus Esports a few times and always enjoyed it. Great store. Mostly we come down here so we can make sure to stop in West and get some kolaches. I think that's probably a common answer, but especially for us people from Dallas, we don't get to get them that much.
I was telling some of your friends from Dallas actually that I'm actually from West.
Okay.
So I know what you mean. I went all the way around the world and back, came back.
Yeah.
And just for the kolaches.
I'd be in real trouble if I lived in West.
So, your opinion on Legacy, where it's at right now? You were talking about how Ren and 6 is taking over the format.
Yeah, I think in sort of a good way. I'm not like super Legacy guy. I'm just I play it every once in a while. But before Deathrite Shaman was banned, a few months ago, the format was just kind of every deck was just Deathrite Shamans. But Ren and 6, while there's a lot of decks that play it, and it seems like the format's kind of warping around it. It's making it's making the games take longer, and it seems like more fair Magic, I guess you could say. It forces people to play some basics, so they can't be super greedy with their mana base. So it slows the format down a little bit. And to me, that's fine. I'm not really a combo player in Legacy, so I'm sure those guys don't like it that much.
You're saying where Ren and 6 works is that it's more of a limiter and less of a accelerator in terms of the gameplay.
Yeah, I think it slows it down because people have to be more conservative with their mana base, and they can't, they have to fetch basics, and they have to, and a lot of and Ren and 6, because it can just kill one toughness creatures very easily. A lot of the decks that were just running, like Death and Taxes, or some of the other decks that just have a bunch of like aggressive creatures, they really get suppressed by Ren and 6. So you don't have such aggressive starts with those type of decks anymore.
That's I can definitely give that. As I don't play Legacy, I play Modern mainly.
Yeah,
and
same.
one of the things I'm seeing in Modern, especially right now, is combo is just everywhere, and it's all hyper combo.
Yeah.
It's turn 3 or bust, turn 3 or bust. And with the new London Mulligan rule, it's storming the format. So it's good to see limiters in other formats, something to, hey,
Yeah.
maybe you don't want to go all in and overextend on turn 3.
Right, and so the difference is, so Modern also has Ren and 6, and Ren and 6 is doing well in Jund in Modern, but Modern doesn't have Wasteland and Force of Will, so Ren and 6 is not as, constrictive in Modern, because you're not getting back Wasteland every turn with its ability. So it's just a little different. Without Force of Will, it makes combo decks much more viable to go all in on, and Jund isn't actually. Decks that play Ren and 6 are not going to be good against those decks to begin with. Those hyper aggressive spell based combo decks. So it has worked a little bit by making Jund viable again, which kind of tunes down some of the combo creature decks like Devoted Company and like Infect, but it doesn't do much against the Storms and the Phoenix and Tron and those type of spell based big mana decks.
Yeah. So I guess that's really it. You've enjoyed the tournament. You won, or you're going home a winner, right? You won the exhibition match. Fred, there's no extra prizes for winning the exhibition match, just bragging rights.
Right.
But I do wish you a safe trip back, and I hope to see you and your guys again if we ever hold another. Legacy tournament.
There's a real kind of dearth of legacy competitive events, so it'd be great if Nexus started holding them. Definitely down. Even Modern too. Modern's fun. Modern's great too.
We have plenty of Modern. This has been Jet Pinkard, the winner of the exhibition match and one of the top 8 contenders here at the Nexus Esports Legacy 1K event. Jet, again, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And safe trip back.
Thank you.